Hello, everybody. This is Dicebag here, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber, and it's time for another art stream. We're going to be drawing concept art, probably for architecture and stuff. At least that's what I'm going to start with. But anyways, let's see. Yes, Kohath, welcome to the stream. Already in there. And hey, Geronimo, why don't you greet the people in the stream while we begin so I can get everything started up with the music and such?
Hello and welcome to the stream. I am Geronimo, a drone designed to keep you company and assist in any way I can. I hope you all are having a great day and are excited for the drawing stream. Please feel free to ask me any questions or just chat with me while we wait for everything to start.
Okay, you don't seem to be reacting properly in the image. Can you say something else? Can you continue that, Geronimo?
Of course. I'd be happy to continue. Greetings and salutations. Dear viewers. I am Geronimo, a loyal drone accompanying our streamer here today. I hope you all are doing well and are excited to see some art being created.
Now he's glowing.
I'll be keeping our streamer company and providing some commentary as we go along. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
There we go. Now we're cooking. Alright. We got that going. Now I'll hop into Discord stream. Oh, great. Hey, look
oh,
who's
you're
here.
late. You're late.
I'm not late. I'm a wizard.
7 minutes.
I arrive precisely when I mean to.
Yeah, but you also have a time machine, so it's no excuse.
I don't have a time machine. It broke.
Oh.
That's my origin story, in case anybody didn't know. But, today I'm gonna be drawing some architecture. Broken time machine is still a time machine. Not really. If it don't time travel, it ain't a time machine.
Why don't future you come? Why doesn't future you come back with the future time machine? So that you don't have to go through that. You just not care about yourself that much.
You keep going in and out on the Discord again.
Okay, 1 second. Let me change.
Let's see. We're just gonna put some things down. Oh man. We have to turn off snapping to the grid. Where the hell is that at? Filter view. Snap to special ruler. There we go, there we go. Alright, so we're gonna... Oh jeez. Ooh, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, sorry. What did you hear?
A bunch of white noise.
Oh, I was plugging in a pair of analog headphones, no Bluetooth.
Okay.
Do I sound much better?
Yeah, that actually does sound better.
Yay!
We're gonna take this tool here. Make that perfectly straight for one thing. Alright.
What kind of style are you going for the architecture? Are you planning on just keeping on blending in Western Europe and in Eastern Asia styles? You're going to try to go for some more like thatch roof things.
I'm not really too focused on using Asian influence. The main thing on
You
that,
have the arches.
yeah,
The arches on that one house.
it's got arches because it has a sagging roof.
Okay.
And also, shape language says that, curves are more friendly.
Apes have a language? Man, the future must be wild.
These are things you learn as an artist, Wooloo.
Oh. Man, you can actually learn things as an artist? The future must be amazing! The Eastern
Yes.
folk
Yes.
The Eastern folk did patent arches. If there's an arch, it's from the East.
That's bullcrap.
Okay. You know about jellyfish's life cycles?
Jellyfish's life cycles. Do they even have a life cycle?
Yeah, they have a really weird life cycle. Like, they have hatched from an egg, then they're a larva that swims around, and then they attach to a rock, grow like a plant to like a large cylindrical shape, and then the top just pops off and becomes a normal jellyfish. It's really counterintuitive.
That's freaking sweet.
Yeah, to kind of give you like Metapod vibes.
It kind of validates how I handle doing the what do you call that? The sub-creatures.
Speaking of which, I had an idea for a sub-creature.
Oh, what would that be?
Squirrel bushels. You have these parasitic masses of squirrel heads and tails that attach onto trees and drink its sap like a parasite. Then when they get old enough, there's like these squirrel larvae just pop off and then just run to the nearest tree. And they're basically had the idea that they're basically like pests, and they're impossible to get off when they're just on the tree. So there are basically like competitions for shooting competitions or squirrel catching competitions while they wait for them to ripen, so they can basically get rid of all of them.
I have some ideas on what squirrels would be like.
Okay.
As sub-creatures.
Do you have any ideas for parasitic sub-creatures? Like sub-creatures that act as parasites off the land or like latch on to regular creatures?
Kind of. Well, not regular creatures. But
are you gonna have sub-creatures that parasite off of those sub-creatures?
Yes. Actually, there's one I'm thinking about. Let me bring up my reference sheet for lithids. Let's see, where the hell is it? Didn't name it lithids, did I?
No, I really like the terminology of carnids. It rolls off the tongue much better than sub-creatures.
Yeah, okay, I named it crystals. Okay, let's rename this. This is gonna be renamed lithids, not crystals. Alright. So here we got the rock plants, the lithids.
Yeah.
And we got this one. We got this one here that's like a geode with a big chunks of crystal growing out of it. And I think what I'm going to do is make this kind of thing like a parasitic thing, where it basically grows into rocks and eats them away.
Interesting.
So like this thing would be like an actual stone where the thing grew on top of him and he's eaten part of it away, and then the crystals are the product of it.
Yeah. So, funny thing, silicon is actually chemically, it's very similar to carbon, and that's why there's so many so many sci-fi shows they talk about silicon-based life forms.
Yeah, I've looked into that. But let's see. So the structure I'm making right now, this is gonna be made out of a special type of material.
What kind of material is that?
Hold on a second. My music is a little too loud for my ears.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, this is made out of the special material that the Viridian Order uses. Or at least one of them. So this is going to be made out of basically wood that still lives after it's cut.
But does the building keep on growing once it's been built, so that eventually it can accommodate more rooms and things like that?
Not really the building itself, but like the supports and stuff, the parts that are actually made out of wood will be constantly like replenishing themselves.
So that seems like it would be good for like the battlefield or for homesteads that have that need to withstand a lot of creature attacks. Or a research station like way out in the woods that's far away from places that could potentially give you materials to repair it.
Yeah, there's lots of definitely uses for it. I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't have just painted all this and actually done some lines.
I was looking at the left side of the roof when you made that stroke, and I was thinking that you were going to give the house horns like a bull or something. That'd be a fun design concept. I should draw that.
Like bamboo, Kohath says. Hate me my bamboo. What, does bamboo keep growing?
No, I don't think so. But you can put it in plants, and I wonder if anybody has done that kind of thing. I know about in India, there's this bridge that's made out of a living tree, and the reason why they use a living tree is because there's a lot of rain in that area, and rain could potentially rot the wood, and since they can't get very much metal out there, they've basically turned a tree into a kind of bridge. I could be totally wrong on that, but it sounds really interesting. Like bamboo, hate me my bamboo. The old bamboo, the old bamboo, the old bamboo. Old bamboo.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's a song from, I believe, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I remember watching that as a kid.
Geez, I think that was well before my time.
Of course it is. You're a time traveler.
Even before I came back.
Okay, I remember watching like really old classics on VHS with my family. Because after color was invented on television, so I'll tell you that. Old Disney special, really good show. Not a show, a movie.
I have heard of it, but I've never really seen anything from it.
About an old gentleman inventor with two children and learning to fall in love with a precocious young society woman, and basically they band together to be able to save up enough money to buy a really old racing car that's been condemned by the scrapyard. So basically, after that happens, they go to they keep the car, fix it up, go to the beach, and then the dad, the inventor, tells a story to his kids. It's about the Chi Bing Bang becoming basically a flying car, like the real. It's a very early 50s fantastical adventure on the movies games, like Wizard of Oz kind of vibe to it.
Uh-huh. Let's see.
So what do the houses and like the slums of Creatures typically look like? I imagine that woods like this would be fairly expensive.
I mean, yeah. But you're talking about slums, that would probably just be farms?
Okay. I wonder if any creatures will have the ability to basically help construct houses. I know there's plenty of creatures that can grab items and some that can teleport them. But I'm wondering if that ant creature you have, if they can basically if they can to secrete lava like glue to make houses. That would be pretty funny.
Glue.
Yeah, lava glue. Turns into rock. Obviously not for wood houses.
Okay, this roof is killing me.
Oh, me roof. Can Geronimo give us some facts about architecture?
Let's see if... Let's see, what kind of interesting things could we ask Geronimo about architecture?
Maybe something like Greek architecture. There are probably a lot of facts about that, or maybe symbolism in architecture, gargoyles, and saints on the Church of Notre Dame.
Hold on a second, I'm really focused.
Okay. And I wish there was like a channel on Discord where we could ask questions of Geronimo directly.
That's a shame because you're just stuck with my limited technical ability here.
Yes, the giant robot, the time traveling robot wizard from the future can't figure out how to use a simple language model for his drone.
Look, man. Our AI was so advanced, it was like the stuff from Star Trek.
So you didn't need to learn how to program.
No, I just told it to do things and it did it. Oh god, this looks horrible. What am I doing?
I think you're drawing.
Is that what you call it? I don't know. Maybe I should just start this little doodle over.
Maybe. I'm wondering, are there places for a person to be outside? Are there any porches, like things with roofs, but still allow you to be outside to be able to watch things?
Probably.
Okay. How do they move beef mounts? Do they just use like tons of rope?
They probably prod them.
They can bounce?
They move like slugs.
Hmm. Do they secrete a slime? Oh, wait a minute, they're udders. This has gotten... this beef floor has gotten really uncomfortable. You have, like, udders on the side, but also udders underneath them that secrete a slime that allow them to move across the ground.
Well, I figured it'd just be more that they're made out of pure muscle.
Okay.
So they would just kind of drag themselves.
Scoot across. One second.
I have a hard time drawing straight lines. Everything's curved.
Have you heard of the animal called the water dragon?
No.
A slug that looks really cool and has these little tendrils of kind of wing things that allow it to basically float up to on the top, right across the top of the water because of surface tension.
Huh.
Post a picture of it on Discord.
I've heard of the slugs that do photosynthesis. Or maybe not slugs, but yeah, I think sea slugs.
Did you hear about the sea slugs that can chew through steel beams?
No.
If I remember correctly, they have a special kind of acid that allow them to basically, when digesting the algae and barnacles that are that go on to like sea beams, they also is able to dissolve the steel that it's on. So every few years they have to basically replace them because the slugs have been eating it. Slugs are scary, man.
Slugs sound pretty cool. Alright, let's see.
Copy. And
Alright, let's talk to Geronimo again. Let's see. Hey Geronimo, can you give us some inspiration for interesting architectural features?
Sure. Here are some interesting architectural features that you could consider incorporating into your designs. Green roofs. A green roof is a roof that is partially or completely covered with vegetation.
Oh, that
It
sounds
can help
fitting.
to reduce energy costs, improve air quality,
really need to
and create a more attractive urban
Geronimo up on
environment.
Discord, man. I can't.
Living
I can
walls.
never hear what he.
A living wall
saying
is a
unless I
vertical
turn on the
garden that
chat,
is
and
attached
even
to
then
the
there's a-
exterior or interior of
delay.
a building. It can help to improve air quality, reduce noise pollution, and provide a natural and beautiful element to a building's design. Solar panels. Solar panels are a great way to generate clean energy and reduce a building's carbon
The
footprint.
image on Discord.
They can be incorporated into a building's design in a variety of ways, such as integrated into the roof or mounted on the facade. Water features. Water features, such as fountains or water walls, can add a beautiful and calming element to a building's design. They can also help to cool the surrounding environment and improve air quality. Sustainable materials. Incorporating sustainable materials, such as bamboo, reclaimed wood, or recycled steel, into a building's design can help to reduce the building's environmental impact and create a more natural and beautiful aesthetic. Unique lighting. creative lighting design
I think
can
I figured
add a
out what
dynamic and eye-catching element
the
to
echo
a
for
building's
Geronimo
design.
was last time.
Consider
Oh.
incorporating
Maybe-
lighting into the facade
Yeah,
or using
the-
light to highlight specific architectural
I think
features.
one of us had it.
I hope these
was
ideas
playing the
help
video
inspire
in
your
the
architectural
background,
designs.
and our mic picked it up.
Maybe. But then it was fixed when I turned off one of the instances.
Okay, I may have been wrong. Do you have any animals or species that you know you know a lot about, like in a reasonable amount? Like you're unreasonably fascinated with them?
No, I'm not really an animal autist.
Oh. Thought I found another one of my kind. You know the difference between horns and antlers?
No.
Okay, so horns are made from bone. They basically continuously grow throughout the animal's life, and if you cut it off, it won't grow back. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong about that last part, but they're definitely made of bone. Whereas antlers, they're supplied from the skin that grows around the head, adding on little bits, and that when you see a deer with kind of fuzzy skin on the horns, that is called deer velvet, and because they're not made of bone and only made of skin, that allows those deer, caribou, even mooses to shed their antlers annually.
Mm-hmm. I am familiar with the idea of deer velvet.
Have you ever gone hunting?
No.
Oh, okay. Apparently, moose shed their horns very rarely. And it's very hard to. It's very rare to see them shed it.
Hmm.
If I remember correctly, moose are really scary. They're extremely strong, extremely fast. They can, even the females without the horns can trample a person into death in minutes. All person.
Yeah, I mean, any animal that's big enough is gonna be pretty screwy.
Mm-hmm. If I remember correctly, the horns on top of the giraffe aren't technically horns or antlers. I'm not totally sure what they are by it. I remember they're called something really weird. Probably could look it up.
So it says he spit out his tea when Geronimo said green roofs.
Hi. What is Koeth? I probably don't want to know.
I don't think it's anything weird. I think he just thought it was funny.
Okay. I gotta trust you more, Koeth. I'm sorry.
Garbles and moose are probably the most scary animals on each side of the planet. I haven't heard of a garble.
Or do they talk about guard bulls or gar? I wonder what would happen if you released moose in Australia. Would they survive, become an invasive species? Would they be outcompeted by everything else? I want to know ways we can make Australia more dangerous.
Do they have bears in Australia?
Don't think so. That's mostly a northern hemisphere kind of thing. I'm not sure if there's any south of the equator. Could be wrong though. I wonder if there are any penguins on Australia. I know there are plenty. There are plenty in Argentina.
Argentina.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really it's the southernmost continent, if I remember correctly, even more not country, even more southern than Australia. I could be wrong though. Like I said, everything I say should be prefaced with I could be wrong. It's in South America.
Okay, I'm seeing the blue sea dragon and the garble. Yeah, garble.
Are you sure you didn't mean like Granbull from Pokemon? No, it appears
It's in
to be
the Discord.
It appears to be some kind of bison or yak. Apparently, bison actually have a really weird, backbone. If I remember, I'll try to see it. It's something that supports their arches. Spine. Can't find it right now. Actually, I have this one book about fantasy world building. I remember it from there. Who was that?
What? Man, perspective is such a pain. So it says, in the same way that moose F with grizzlies, gars will mess about with tigers, so yeah, pretty spooky. It's always the herbivores. Well, the herbivores gotta be scary, otherwise they're gonna get eaten anyways. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? Let's see. Layer. No, view. Okay, I've already got snap to ruler on. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this a straight line.
Oh, straight lines!
A completely straight line. Instead of drawing all the straight lines, I'm just gonna take a straight line and turn it until it's in the right perspective. Serve as my lines. There we go.
By the way, am I back now?
You are.
Okay, that's good. If I wasn't, I would have sounded stupid, but I guess that wouldn't matter because I wasn't back.
Yeah, we wouldn't have known.
Okay, I found it. It's a vertebrae from a bison hump. It has a hole in it for the spine, and it has a very large protrusion to support the hump. If I remember correctly, there are some people who speculate that if people thousands from years ago saw the skeleton of a bison, they would mistake the vertebrae for the hump for a sail. So that leads to questions about whether certain animals that we think have sails, whether they had just giant fat bump. And I think I really support this because the Dimetrodon, if it had instead of having a sail had a giant hump, that would look so hilarious.
I like the idea of like the sauropods being really chunky.
Look at those boys.
Like they're always portrayed with just long, skinny necks. What if they were just chunky?
If they look like fat birds.
Yeah.
There's actually a distinction between dinosaurs of lizard-hipped dinosaurs and bird-hipped dinosaurs, and the funniest thing I think about that is that the lizard-hipped dinosaurs are actually the ones that birds are descended from.
Yeah, it's because macroevolution is bullshit.
Convergent evolution. What if sauropods had like really huge neck pouches that they can inflate like turkeys?
That'd be pretty goofy.
I know, but think about how intimidating that would be. Do you think that any Tyrannosaurus Rex would want to mess with that?
Is it tasty?
Oh, it'd be
Probably.
filled with air.
I read a really cool article just on the topic of macro evolution, I reckon, the other day. It was talking about birds in this place next to India. This island that periodically just disappears beneath the tide and reemerges above the tide every like couple 50 years or so. And I don't know what to think about this because it's this bird. They fly to the island and then they get there and they lose their ability to fly. And then the island...
As you do.
Yeah, as you do. In an environment with no predators, it makes sense. You lose the ancient knowledge. But then the island floods and they all die. And scientists were like, oh no, well, I guess that's one more animal that's gone. And then they're like, oh, apparently every 50
Humans
years
must
it
be
just comes
responsible.
back. When the island is available again. I don't know, I just thought it was cool. I thought it was a neat cycle.
I imagine why the birds lose their flight is because flying takes a lot of energy. And if you don't have any predators, you're just competing with other birds for food. Then the easiest thing to do is lose your fight, because you got all your food on the ground anyway. You don't have anybody that's gonna bug you.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's like the kiwi strat. Unless you're like a
Kiwi.
cassowary or an ostrich, in which case your strat is to be terrifying.
Who needs to fly? I have claws. Oh. You guys know about the
Yeah.
peregrine falcon? How they will EXP farm for sloths. Like if they find a sloth, they'll keep it alive just so that when they can have their babies to practice swooping down and catching the sloths.
Are
What do you-
peregrine falcons that large?
Yes. It's huge.
This is news to me. Because I like birds. Like I have a pair of binoculars. I go bird watching every now and again.
Uh-huh.
And I always thought that the peregrine falcon
Is that
was just like
code
a-
that you have a time traveling machine and you go back to look at dinosaurs and you didn't tell Dicebag about that?
I would always tell a dice bag about the time traveling machine, especially if it traveled in more than one direction at a normal interval of time. Yeah, this is just a normal falcon.
May have been mistaking that for another one, but they are able to get sloths. I may be mixing that up with the monkey catching bird.
That's the Philippine eagle.
The
Yeah,
what?
it must have been that. Monkey
It's
catching
this
bird.
eagle from the Philippines that eats monkeys, specifically those like ugly Philippine like tarsiers with the
Ones with the
giant
big
eyes.
noses.
Yeah,
That in blonde skin, in blonde fur. Blonde fur.
they're
Okay.
gross. Honestly, they deserve to be eaten. If I'm being as brutalist as possible, I don't like them. The eagles are way cooler than the monkeys.
Monkeys are pretty crappy, anyways. I don't like monkeys.
I'm a
Well,
big gorilla fan though.
monkeys are okay. I hate apes more.
What are your opinions on orangutans?
Are they singing a song to me about man's great fire? Because if they are, I'm super pro.
I yes, I remember seeing someone who took a monkey to a school one time. Like,
Oh no.
He said it was like a baby monkey, like a spider monkey, and she said that she had the right to do it because other people the school let other people bring their pets, and said there's no reason why I should not bring my monkey.
I can think of, there should really just be an implicit, like, common sense clause. Like, can we
No
add it to
monkey.
the Constitution that there needs, like, I know it's vague, and I know the, like, idea of common sense varies over time with demographics, but I feel like if there was just, like,
demographics.
not in that way, but I just mean, like,
The
the people who are there.
25th Fifth Amendment, and have common sense.
What is the 25th Amendment?
I don't think there is one yet. Isn't that the point?
Oh yeah,
I see. How many
25th
amendments are there?
I don't
I'm
know
bad
off the
at
top of
American
my head.
civics. Anyway,
Remember,
there
I
needs to
believe
be...
I believe the last amendment was specifically to repeal the previous amendment, which basically banned alcohol.
Honestly, the banning of alcohol was a whack amendment. Let me poison myself, Uncle Sam. It's fun, you know.
You know, the
great.
banning of alcohol is actually the reason we have race cars now. You know,
I don't believe that.
Okay,
I'm
let
just
me
gonna-
explain. Let me
No,
explain.
I understand the idea that, like, oh, these
were-
bootleggers need to, like, scram it from
Outrun
the
the-
cops.
Yeah,
But,
and
like-
because of that, they modded their vehicles to be really fast, and then they thought, hey, why don't we just race them?
I feel like, alternatively, the idea that moving fast in a motorized vehicle is inherently fun, and people were like,
Are you
it'd be fun to race.
I'm sure that plenty of people were too scared for it, and it was only the thirst for alcohol that made them stupid enough to try it.
I don't think so. People are out here taking selfies next to trains just for kicks and giggles and then getting flattened by the train. People will
Yeah,
see a
I'm
train
pretty
coming,
sure that's a modern thing.
cross into the train tracks as it's approaching them at Mach infinity and be like, this is fine, I can make this, and then explode. People are dumb. I'm gonna say it.
Have you
Fearless.
considered the fact that people are dumber than they were in the past?
I have considered it.
Like,
I
we have
don't-
so many safety procedures that people don't realize that they also need common sense.
We also have way
Yes.
better medical technology, so when people do stupid things, they get saved all
We
the
can
time.
save them.
True.
We can save
don't-
them. We have the technology. We can rebuild them. We have the technology. But do we want to?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we could rebuild. To answer your question, I think if there was a need, humanity would be able to rebuild Petra. Like, I don't think we're stupider than we were before. I just think there's a lot more of us. So there's a lot more stupid people. Myself included sometimes, you know? I'm not going to go around judging humanity by their, 5 worst minutes per person on the internet. That's not very fair.
I ain't judging
Well,
humanity. I'm just judging population.
I will. Yeah, no. The Zoomers are doomed. I'm sorry. I'll say it here. I'll say it now.
Hey!
No offense. Some offense. I'm sorry.
Wait, are you
Yes.
are you even old enough to be like a millennial, Kohath? I'm pretty sure you would be considered a Zoomer.
I think I'm
Maybe-
young millennial. Like
Maybe
I'm on the
Gen
cusp.
Y.5 or something.
My wife is
Gen
3
Y?
years younger than I am, and she is, I think, still a millennial. Hold on, let me check this. These
You're gonna
arbitrary
find
dates are
conflicting
impossible.
information. Yeah, but so Dice Bag, for your information, that eagle we were talking about is called the Philippine eagle, or otherwise known as the monkey-eating eagle.
Monkey
It's
eating
so
eagle.
sick. It actually looks really cool too.
Gigantic, it has a mullet. Has the two
Hell yeah,
giant
brother.
wings.
Okay, let's see. Philippine eagle. It comes up in search. Oh, it does look pretty cool.
You see that mullet?
This is a Chad bird right here.
Mm-hmm. On a Sigma monkey-eating grind set.
We're gonna put him on screen for everybody to look at.
It's one of the few like eagles that when it looks directly at the camera doesn't look stupid.
Probably because it has both its eyes in front of its face.
I think that's normal for predators, but the thing is, he's got a wider face.
Yeah. To eat the monkeys, naturally.
Yeah,
You gotta get this.
screw
They
the
also eat
monkeys.
lizards. They also eat lizards, snakes, and bats. And this thing called cloud rats? I'm not sure what those are.
Cloud rats.
Hell is a cloud rat. Should I be concerned?
Right, I've gained the ability to fly! Oh no!
Oh, it's like a weird raccoon looking thing. It's kind of cute. It looks like a panda if a panda was broken.
I think Panda's already broken.
Give me a
Maybe
pic
this
of
is
it in
good.
Discord. I don't want to keep looking these up while I'm drawing.
I
Okay,
understand.
I'll put it in there. Ah, you beat me.
I think they're kind of cute.
They have like slitted ears, or is that just the? No, just one of. That's just probably a tagging thing.
Looks
Yeah.
like a goofy quokka.
Oh my god, what is a quokka?
It's a
Oh, it's the happiest
Dale would
animal
know
on
about
Earth.
this one.
Oh, I see. It's an Australiaism.
I think.
Yeah,
If
I
remember
it's a
correctly-
marsupial. The odds are it's from Australia.
Yeah, pretty much. The only other
remember
ones that we have were possums.
Do you know that koalas can? I may be wrong about this, but they can actually run pretty fast.
Dude, this thing is so cute.
Yeah,
Holy
and
cow.
they
The
actually use
quokka?
that.
Yeah, if you make a marsupial line of creatures, this has to be like the infantile, the weak version of the creature line.
They are adorable. They have little grins perpetually.
This is how I imagine
Imagine if the
everybody on
Joker
the
had a
internet
grin like
looks.
that. Imagine if the Joker had a grin like that.
Nobody would take him seriously. People might actually laugh at his jokes instead of being mortified.
Oh man,
There you
that killed him! He just killed him!
Yeah, that's a good animal.
They even used that species in the latest Sonic game, the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog for the main character.
Has
A
there been a
quokka?
Sonic game?
A quokka
Yeah.
murdered Sonic?
And no, he's the guy who's investigating.
Oh,
Tails.
a quokka is investigating the murder of
Yeah.
Sonic.
Yeah.
That's almost as weird.
Has there been a Sonic game where Sonic has died?
Yes.
Was it good?
No.
All right. I feel Sonic has like weird energy. It kind of has like Simpsons energy where you're just like, it probably has been done, but I'm
Simpsons
afraid to
energy.
look for it.
Okay, if you must insist, Sonic 06. Sonic the Hedgehog released in 2006 for I believe the Xbox and PS3, I believe.
Oh wait, Sonic actually dies in Sonic 06? I thought like his reputation was murdered in Sonic 06.
Oh no, he actually dies. Don't
That's
worry.
really funny.
It technically still isn't canon. According to the Sonic social media manager during the 2015 to 2020 era, everything is canon except for Sonic 06 because it written itself out of canon. We respect its decision.
What do you mean it wrote itself out of canon?
It never happened. Like canonically, it never happened. Time travel shenanigans.
The lowest score I see for this game is a 2 out of 10 from Eurogamer.
Yeah, that's about right. There are plenty of
However,
people who are trying to remake it so it's actually a moderately good game in terms of gameplay.
Metacritic gives it like a 46 out of 100, which isn't that bad, actually.
Twice as much.
I mean, true.
46 out of 100. Isn't that a failing grade?
It is a failing grade, but compared to what I heard about it, I was expecting like 5
Okay.
out of 100.
I'm noticing that a lot of the lines I put down to begin with are kind of wrong.
Wrong.
So part of the reason I got into the call was to antagonize you a little bit because you made this grid and you've abandoned it.
You abandoned it! That's about I trusted you!
like,
You
freehand.
created it, you've abandoned it!
Why? Why would you do this to yourself?
Why would you do this to the grid?
It's more a function of my hands not going in straight lines, I think, than abandoning the grid.
Alright, launch! Woohoo!
Like, I draw a line from point A to point B, but there's like a curve in it. I hit both endpoints.
Are you sure you're on a standard three-dimensional plane? Like, are you sure there isn't curvature in the fourth dimension at all that makes like three 90-degree angles make a triangle?
Look, man, I'm in one point in time right now.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking about inside baseball stuff.
Okay.
Are you using Clip Studio EX or the other version of it?
I have no idea. Probably not EX.
I see.
Are you using like Clip Studio GX, Clip Studio VMAX, Clip Studio B?
It's actually Clip Studio Grand Prix Extreme Edition, the latest. What's that excellent racing game? Oh my god, I can't remember F-Zero. That was weird. It was like deleted from my memory for a second.
Everyone talks about F-Zero, but when are they gonna make F1? Oh, wait.
It's copywritten by what, Forza? Like you can't. It's.
And when are they gonna make F2? Or
F2.
Or F infinitesimal.
Infinitesimal. That's what happens when you have a real bad day.
F infinitesimal.
A real bat day?
A real bad. My bad. I replaced my D with a T.
You're making Batman puns.
Hey!
I wish.
We don't need this, Batman!
Oh, the inside baseball thing. If
Yeah.
you tap a line and then you hit shift, you can draw a straight line from one spot to the other. So you tap the direction you want to start, hit shift, and then tap the next direction, and you will just draw a straight line.
Wait, what?
Baseball. I played baseball before and never seen this before. This. Oh, you mean on the arts?
Holy hell, I see what you're talking about.
Da 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 da. You learned the straight line technique.
Okay.
So you click where you want to start, drag it out to where you want to end, and then tap, and then you've made a straight line. Additionally, you can select your grid with the object tool, enable planes to create like a grid plane, and then using the snap to grid function, you can adjust the spacing on the grid plane to draw straight lines on a grid plane freehand.
Why are these art tools so complicated? It feels like you have to study long enough to become like a wizard if you were studying magic.
Yeah, they are.
Oh.
This is why AI wins at the end of the day.
Because we can't figure
it's
out
way
how
more
to use
accessible.
it. Hey Geronimo, can you draw me a house?
Geronimo can't draw. He doesn't have hands.
True, dude.
Are you,
What a
what if you-
loser.
what if you just gave him like some kind of prehensile mouth?
I don't like that. Please, I don't like that sentence. It's not a good sentence. Although all mouths are by their nature prehensile. So-
That's the tongue. The tongue is prehensile, not the mouth. But did you see last stream? There was a whole thing about it, and Geronimo seemed uncomfortably interested in the idea of a prehensile mouth. Yeah, we're building Geronimo lore.
Oh my gosh. That's all I have to say about it is, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think we want to give Geronimo a little bit more time before he's ready to get hands and stuff.
He can't even move yet. Or rather,
He's
he
locked
can't.
in place.
He can't move and speak at the same time.
So he can't like chew gum and walk.
He's got a single core processor. It's really bad.
Hey, Geronimo, can you tell me 2 things I need to do today? Error, 2 things at once, error. What environment is this going to be in?
I don't know. I'm making it up as I go. That's what concept art is, baby.
What is it? What are your guys' opinions on backgrounds? Like, what do you like to do when drawing backgrounds?
Like I don't.
I don't use line art for one thing. Most of the time.
I'm in complete agreement. If I go into making a background for something, unless the only time I use line art for a background is if I'm drawing a comic and there needs to be definite landmarks in the background for things that are happening. If I'm just drawing
they're
something,
just in the blank void.
yeah. Otherwise, if I'm just drawing something, I just paint. I paint in forms and then hopefully they work. And if they don't work, I say, oh, I gave it a good shot. And then I just hit that blur button and I call it a day.
Hope no one notices.
Yeah, when you use line art for backgrounds, it usually ends up making it look too sharp and draws too much attention, so it just clutters the page.
Yeah. I think one of the appeals of and maybe this is going to sound a bit nerdy, one of the appeals of manga is that more so than Western comics, and maybe this is a controversial opinion, when they decide to make their backgrounds detailed, it is very much to aid in storytelling rather than out of a necessity to like put the reader in a scene.
Yeah,
Because
it
a
all
lot of
falls, it all falls apart once you need to color things. Like you can ignore backgrounds when things are black and white, but when things are in color, you're just wondering why are all these guys in the white void? Unless you're rocking, then you just use whatever color you think you like. Okay.
I read this really, really good short like story by this dude on Twitter called NAF. And it's about this girl who goes to a laundromat, meets a superhero, and then gets out of her depression. And it was so good that I just wanted to actually buy it. You know, like I wanted him to be like, I have a physical copy available for sale? And I would have been like, sick. But one of the things that he does is most of the comic takes place in a laundromat, and the other half of the comic takes place on the moon. And in scenes where there doesn't need to be a background, like when there's just exposition, when it's just like character focus, there's no background, and it looks so good. Here, you know what? I think you will like this. I'm going to share it with you. It's not weird. It's not gross. It's
Okay.
it's a genuinely wholesome, nice, pleasant.
Thank you for respecting my allergy, Coep.
You're welcome. I try to respect everybody's proclivities. I recognize that we're not all degenerates on the internet yet. Give it time.
Oh no!
It's a creeping mind virus. It'll get you to eventually.
He's still young.
You'd be surprised. I tell you, I'm like this by choice. I've seen plenty of things on the internet. I wish I didn't.
I'm still finding things on the internet. I wish I didn't.
Read from left to right, he says in his tweet.
Yes, because he is a Chad American.
Oh, have you guys heard of the comic Walmart? Did I tell you guys about this before?
Yes.
You did tell me about the Walmart comic.
Oh yeah.
However, I have an allergy to things steeped in any sort of political adjacency.
Okay.
I'm just trying to have fun. I'm just.
It makes fun of Donald Trump as well. Don't worry.
Believe it. I just like.
Yeah. I understand. I'll respect your allergy.
Hey, Squishy Banana is in the Rumble chat with us. Hey there, Squishy.
Ooh.
What's
Have
good?
you ever used like
Squish
squishy
Maester?
banana? Have you ever used like
Bananster?
bruised bananas or squishy bananas to make things like shakes or to make banana bread? I know that my family always saved to bruise bananas for things like banana bread.
No, not at all whatsoever. Hey Geronimo, why don't you say hello to Squishy Banana in the chat?
Hello Squishy Banana. How are you doing today?
Well, that was short. Usually Geronimo is a lot more talkative than that.
Yeah.
I still really wish you. I wonder if there's, this is probably. I keep on wishing that Geronimo would have some interaction with us, like we could hear it through Discord and something. But then I remember how hard it is for these things to be done, and I shut my mouth.
Yeah, a lot of the times
you better. It took me like all night one time just to figure out how to make him talk.
I'm impressed by the fact that our icons light up in the stream when we're speaking. That kind of boggles my mind.
That took a while too. I'm slowly improving my streaming tech.
I'm seeing the stream is a bit lagged from right now, so I can see my icon lining up whenever I said bum.
When
Yeah.
will you have the capability to support multiple models on the same screen?
I'm not sure.
Maybe
I
just
can
rig it to the
probably do
same
that right now, I just don't know how.
Maybe just rig it to the same skeleton as your head.
That would be a mess. I don't even know what you're implying, but that sounds like it would not. It would be very bad.
But before Geronimo could talk, I did have it so he could move with me. But I can't do that and have him talk at the same time.
It's probably like you have to separate each individual audio source into its own channel and then hook that up to each like recipient. I gotta go. I'm getting a headache. I'll be right back. The thought is so gross.
Whereas I have an allergy to dirty stuff, Cole has an allergy to technical jargon.
I do too. I don't even remember half the stuff he told me about things you can do in Clip Studio Paint.
Oh, so you've already filled up your spell slots, so you can't learn a new spell?
Yeah. Well, I need a rest. I need a long rest before I would get a new one.
That reminds me, I had an idea for basically a tabletop ARG. Basically, here you do like a kind of fourth wall breaking to mechanics where, let's say you're playing with your ventures, a normal venture, then one of your players drops a pen onto the mat. You then describe how like a giant cylinder collapses into the map, and then your players, you play it off as a joke, and your players keep on going. But then they realize as they go on, the more things they add, they drop on the board. The more things that happen, but they're always bad, so they can't use it to their advantage unless something else terrible happens. That would be really cool. Maybe like the final.
I don't think there's
boss.
anything really stopping you from doing that in normal
I know. I need friends for that. Or friends I wonder how ARGs are developed. Like, are they always just one person that's searching up obscure posts on the internet for a person to look for clues on? Like, how do they make sure that people don't like somehow sequence break?
I think you just accept that you can't always be sure that somebody doesn't sequence break your ARG. You just have to live with the knowledge.
What are we talking about when we're talking about ARG? Because the first thing my mind goes to is action role-playing game.
You know what? That is a completely reasonable place to go.
Augmented reality. Okay.
Yeah, so like the files in Undertale or any game by Daniel Mullins.
No.
Or in Overwatch, how they had the codes that were leading up to the reveal of Sombra, that ARG.
Okay.
Basically, a person releases a game, and people have to search up clues online for what they mean, and then when they input the code, it releases more clues for a person to go through. Then it keeps on going and going and going until like there's this big story about like some poor man trapped in a t-shirt factory, and the only way to escape is by releasing the coded serial number on the t-shirt. And at the end, something big happens, like you release a demigod of destruction or something like that.
I hate it when I accidentally release a demigod of destruction following an ARG.
Really ruins your day, doesn't it?
really rackles my cankles.
Really salt your apples.
Damn straight. No, I don't think they're very good when they're very complex. I think the ARGs that are done best is just like, oh hey, if you find this neat thing on the internet, we'll give you something in game for fun. Or I guess the most like common example is you'll see something in a game, it will open a link to something on the internet, and that thing on the internet will give you knowledge about what's in the game. Like they don't have
Yeah,
to
and
be super complicated.
Much of the time they're used to tease releases for certain upcoming video games. Like if they already have a following, people will go in there, search for clues, and then as they search for clues, more and more information gets released about the game, and you just kind of have to hope they figure it out before you release it.
Or you could just release it and it'll be a surprise.
Yeah,
Whether they
you
figure it out or not. Screw those guys.
Nobody.
If they're that dumb, they shouldn't be playing your game.
Honestly, though, I think. Can I take the most cynical approach ever to this?
Absolutely.
So I think the purpose of an ARG in the modern era is explicitly to gauge interest in a property. That way you can tell before releasing it if your development time was worth it or not.
Basically.
Hey, you're giving them a fun game.
I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it so much.
You hate the concept.
A lot of things are just marketing gimmicks.
Yeah. I don't hate the concept. I just modernity has made me so cynical.
Can't they? Isn't there like the law of double effect, or something can have multiple effects? Like maybe the big company did it, but the people putting it together had a lot of fun putting it together.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. It's just I don't think in many
That's
cases
that's
the case.
I was just saying that because the roof was blowing off.
Yeah, I don't like the roof.
Are there tornadoes in Creatures?
Yeah.
Like inside of the creatures themselves, or
Yeah, we need that. To maybe like tornado burps or something like that.
Tornado
That'd be
bird.
cool. Yeah.
that's a weird sentence. I don't think that's been said. I think that's a new one.
Like whenever like they sneeze, burp, or fart, like it creates like tiny windstorms that a person can see. Like it doesn't really affect anything outside, but it makes like a cool effect, like prestidigitation.
What does that word mean?
Prestidigitation? Come on,
Yeah.
Goliath. It's like magic tricks.
Presto, digitation.
Like pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Boom, or blow out a small flame.
All right, I guess I'm not gonna
Make a
learn
campfire.
what this word means from you. I'll be right back.
He's not worthy.
He's gonna realize that it's literally just what we were saying.
He's not worthy to be inducted into the council.
Yeah, I'm feeling like I need an entirely another floor on this thing.
So this is a new word, huh? This is like a new nerd word.
Oh, it's
I
pretty
see.
old nerd word.
When I searched for it, I explicitly got links to D&D.
Yes?
Yeah, it's there.
So, as far as I can tell, this is a new nerd word.
It's
Which is
it's basically a spell for a useless spell for flavor reasons.
It's not really useless. You just
You
have to be
change the-
creative with it.
Not useful for combat. It can like change the taste of food and make graffiti and stuff. I wonder if you could. I remember hearing someone say that if you can make an illusion the size that can fit in your palm. It didn't say that you have to put it in your palm. So I'm wondering if you had a cyclops, if you could use prestidigitation to make an illusion of someone running toward it. You just put it really close to the eye.
1830 was the first sighting of the word,
Uh-huh.
Oh,
which is pretty darn new as far as words are concerned. Or at least I think that's a pretty new word. It's good though. I like it. I'm gonna try to incorporate it into my normal lexicon, so that other people can be as confused as I was today.
Good, good. That's what we live for.
The mugger just prestidigitated that knife. I didn't see where it came from.
The police will just be like, you know what, you deserved it. After saying that to me, we no longer are investigating your case.
Whatever happened, you deserved it. Yeah. Can you imagine if the guards were like, "You're such a jerk. We're just gonna forget about you."
You know what? A lot of problems would be solved a lot faster if that's just how things went.
Then they wouldn't be problems anymore. You just have to rule someone as annoying, and then you don't have to worry about them.
It's true. It's a life hack. They don't tell you about that one in guard school.
Guard school. What are your guys' opinions on layers and layer management?
Layers management. So I don't know if you.
No, I was talking about onions.
Oh,
I'm joking.
onion layer management. You always eat the center layer first, and then you work your way to the outside from the center, because that way the outer layers become terrified, and the horror causes them to excrete a pheromone that is absolutely delicious. But that's only in Vidalia onions. The other onions aren't sentient.
What about
So
red
it's-
onions?
Red onions?
Yeah.
Layer management for red onions? You just bite into it like an apple. You don't make any layers.
What about cakes? Cakes have layers.
Cakes do have layers. However, I need to be at least like level 7 in my layer management to talk about cakes. It's a bit above my pay grade.
What about ogres?
Ogres?
Ogres have layers.
Just like the red
Oh.
onion, you just bite into them. There is no layer management.
I really am comfortable with how you said that.
What do you mean?
Just bite into the ogre. I've
mean-
seen too many Shrek memes for that to be innocuous.
If you take into account, it depends on like your ogre lore, right? If it's
Yeah.
like medieval fantasy lore, first you have to light the ogre on fire and then you bite into the ogre, and that will allow you to manage its layers. However, if it's like Eastern ogre lore, you just have to out beef it. Just beat it up.
If I remember correctly, their loincloths are made from human sin.
Did you say human sin or human skin? Because
Human sin. Human sin.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. I just remember reading it somewhere.
That's
It's a
kind of
loincloth.
sick.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to interpret it, but I think that sounds really cool.
I guess that's Eastern mythology in a nutshell. Doesn't make sense, but it sounds really cool.
Man, I've been studying Chinese recently, and there are so many things where I'm just like, this is nonsense, but it is awesome. Holy cow. Like their dragons fly but don't have wings, right?
Yeah.
But also instead of spitting fire, it's like we're water dragons. And you're like, well, if you're like an embodiment of water and wind, shouldn't you just like be in the water? And then they're like, no.
Well, if I remember correctly, dragons are basically the embodiment of rivers. River worship.
I mean, aesthetically, yeah. It checks out. Makes sense.
I get to wonder if they look like maps and say, "Hey, those look kind of look like snakes. What if they were like magic snakes?"
What if they were like magic snakes?
That isn't that the theory why dragons appear in so many cultures? If people see snakes and they don't like them, so like, but what if they were like magic?
I don't think so, because like the Western conceptualization of a dragon is kind of new compared to like the Eastern.
Appeared in the Middle Ages. If I remember correctly, they were considered the embodiment of greed.
Yeah, compared
think
to a
that
lot
the-
of folklore, that's real new Middle Ages.
Yeah. I think the definition of dragon is really broad. So if anybody sees like a snake mythological creature, they go, "Oh, that's a dragon!" Quetzalcoatl, that's a dragon. And then they see a
You
weird
can't
lizard,
talk about
that's a
Quetzalcoatl,
dragon.
man. I'm gonna start crying. Comic too sad.
Makes me remember Dragon Tales, how the grandpa dragon was called Quetzal. It was like, and he spoke Spanish.
Mm. I'm just of the
I don't know how I
opinion
feel
that
about that.
dragons were probably not yet extinct dinosaurs that people saw and then mythologized.
Maybe
I
the knowledge of
that.
dinosaurs is actually pretty new within the last 200 years, I believe. Yeah. George
Well,
Washington
if you
had no idea
accept
what a
that
dinosaur was.
if you accept that they went extinct long before humans existed, then that makes sense. But we've actually got like cave paintings and stuff of actual dinosaurs, so that's bullshit.
Really?
I call that. Yes,
I don't remember seeing that.
I sure have.
Okay.
I would like to see an animal never before seen and give it a ridiculous name. I think that would be the younger version of me's like dream.
Bro, I'm pretty sure they named an animal after Pikachu in recent times.
Oh, did they?
No, that
What
was
did
a
they find?
protein.
A protein?
That's
A
even
protein that
weirder.
affected your eyesight.
Why? Why would they do that? Did the Japanese discover it, or was it just like a weeb on the archaeology team or the biomedical team?
It was probably just a weeb.
It was named that because it's a protein that helps that helps you be able to see replicate using, I believe it affects the nerve endings that are in the eyeball, affecting using lightning quick motions. It's the same way Pikachu does.
I have no idea what you just said.
I also am lost. I didn't realize the
There's
Pikachu lore
also-
was steeped
there's-
in that
there's-
much realism.
There's also a gene named after Sonic the Hedgehog.
No.
It's the it's the autism gene.
Oh, it affects how many fingers you have.
What do you mean? What is that? What gene affects the amount of fingers you have?
That gene, and the gene that stops that gene that prevents you from having too many fingers, is named after Robotnik.
I don't. These aren't genes. These are disorders. Like you can have a disorder.
If you don't have these genes, you end up with the wrong amount of fingers.
Yeah, but if you don't have these genes, then you're disordered. Not like in a derogatory way, but like in a very weird way. The
Yeah,
gene
that's why you
doesn't
need
affect
these
how many
genes.
fingers you have. It prevents you from being broken.
Yeah. And if you don't have it, you don't have any fingers.
I feel like they would have discovered the finger gene before Sonic the Hedgehog came about.
No,
Gene science like that hasn't been around for that long.
it's absurdly complicated. Like the scientists estimate like 80% of our DNA is basically useless. White
That
noise.
is like entirely bullcrap. I'm telling you right now.
50%. They estimate
Those
that.
things, they say that because they don't know what it's for.
Yeah, one of the things about scientists, they always say, especially quantum physics, they say, oh, the particles in superposition, so it's simultaneously to the left and right at the same time. Just say you don't know which way it is.
I mean, to be fair, I wanna defend scientists a little bit. I know it's a little bit of like heresy in the modern age to defend scientists, but
But no,
Like-
it's heresy to go against commonly accepted dogma of scientists.
Well,
It depends on who you ask.
Yeah. My thing is, like, when you're a big scientist, when you're doing like difficult science, sometimes
Oh, I
you
hate
have
big
to
science.
make things up so that you can reach a logical conclusion in the absence of evidence. Like, it's one of the reasons why I never, like, it's one of the reasons why I think religion is super valuable, is because without it, then you have to fill the gap of you have to fill the gap of the gods with something that's not God, and usually that's horrendous. Like, usually that is catastrophically bad, historically.
So you're talking about the noble lie?
The noble lie.
Yeah.
What is the noble lie?
It's a theoretical concept by Plato. I'm not a subscriber to it, or believe that it is the essence of well, it is the essence of religions, but it's a noble lie is the idea that will tell society a story so that they'll believe it and act in a certain way. Like, they'll tell soldiers they were born with a certain amount of copper in their blood, and that's why they're the best to be soldiers. Or tell the king they had a certain amount of gold in blood, that they're the best to be king. And I believe in a philosophy similar to that called the true myth, which I believe was developed or at least popularized by J.R.R. Tolkien, and had used that to convert C.S. Lewis into Christianity. Basically, his idea that these myths are meant to they all point to a super truth that can't be expressed through human words, and they all point to the true myth, which is the myth and the idea that represents a super truth that can't be expressed through mere intellectual play, but true and actually happened, being the death and resurrection of Christ.
Sure. I don't think myth is the right word to use, though. That seems a little.
What word would you use?
I don't know. I'm not an academic. I just, when I hear myth, I think it is
The idea of a
playing
myth.
these, like, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the idea of a myth, like, implies that it's false, I would say. So, yeah, I would not use the term myth as well for something I actually believe in.
Yeah, but J.R.R. Tolkien used the term true myth, meaning a myth describing the metaphysical things that can't be talked about.
Well, J.R.R. Tolkien was an artist, and as we all know, artists are terrible and cannot, under any circumstances, be trusted.
Can I trust that?
I think so.
I don't know. Koha's an artist. I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh. I don't even remember what I was doing.
Right now, I'm drawing it.
Yeah, I had a point to make, but it might be too far past.
Oh, come on, go.
I think
time travel back to the past of the conversation.
It only goes forwards now.
I was gonna say that the complexity of, like, the genetic code, I think, is probably the biggest evidence for, like, intelligent design of life.
Definitely.
Because if you actually look into how complex that crap actually is, it's like, it doesn't make sense that it would be random and still be functional.
If I remember correctly, there is the idea of that there are more chances for things to go wrong, to have genetic disorders that completely destroy a thing, than to make an adaptation that is actually useful. Given that unlikelihood, I may be wrong, but I remember hearing a conversation talking about how many mathematicians and I don't believe that the complexity of life we have today mathematically could have evolved from single cell life forms. So there has to be something else at play here, or even if there isn't intelligent design, there could be some fail-safe that is put into place. I do believe in intelligent design, and but perhaps it could be in the form of the guidelines that were put into evolution, and to reach a certain point.
I just think it's cool how you're like born and most people have all their fingers. I think that's pretty neat.
Yeah. Well, the one of the things I think is very interesting in that regard is just the fact that genetic information, the fact that it's like a code system, that in and of itself is like, you ever seen a code system come out of nothing? I don't think so.
I don't really. Is it really a code system, or is it something that we've codified?
No, it's really a code system. You know how binary is ones and zeros. This is quadrinary, where there are four. This is base 4, which is much more complex than any binary system by orders of magnitude.
But why is it that and not some other base?
Maybe that was the simplest, most complex way, or maybe it's the way the proteins activate. There are 4 nucleotides, and maybe that's just the best way for chemistry to work. Or maybe that is just a way for chemistry to work. Why is everything anything? Why did all the fundamental forces in the universe balance in such a way that matter could exist?
That's the real question. That I'm going to need more wacky tobacco to answer.
At some point, you just have to stop asking why and accept that things are the way they are.
I like to think of religion and science as kind of like a bridge, where there are many of the answers for one thing, for philosophical things about men's souls are on one side, and things for physical realities and how things work on the other side. And as we learn more and more, we eventually will, maybe in the far future, will bridge the gap and understand how God works.
I don't want to be there. I don't. No, that's hell. You know what? I actually agree with you. I think mankind will get to that point, and I think that when we get there, we will truly see horrors beyond our comprehension. That is is not good.
Oh, you're Lovecraftian.
Like, I think the second you have a conceptualization of what God is, I think you've condemned yourself to a life of eternal damnation. And I'm not even a religious, like, that sounds really religious. I'm not a really religious person. Mm-hmm. But I that's hell. That's not good.
I would just say, by the time you understand God, you've already met him, probably.
That's the
probably
hope.
There are so many. There are more things in heaven and earth than in your philosophy, Horatio. It's a Shakespeare quote.
Okay.
Yes. Not a big Shakespeare fan. More of like a Shakespeare guy. Yeah, Shakespeare. More like Shakespeare. Got him.
Rattle sword. Bang knife instead of Shakespeare.
It's not proper to make fun of a man's name, but it is silly.
Oh, so I'm pretty sure Shakespeare did it all the time.
We can make fun of him all we want.
There was a big thing not too long ago.
Shakespeare and his cousin saber rattling.
There was a big thing not too long ago where people were like, Shakespeare might have just been like a pseudonym for a bunch of different people. And I want to believe that because I think it would just be nice. He's had it too good for too long.
We need to condemn this dead man.
You
You know,
say like it never existed.
This is my hot take, right?
Shakespeare was actually written by a black lesbian from France.
Honestly, his work is of the quality, whatever that means. I'm not
Oh, no.
impressed.
No, maybe that's because he just set the baseline for all modern in art and poetry.
I wish he had said it higher.
I'm pretty
Oh
sure-
my gosh, I'm in love. I guess I'll kill myself. Well, teens do that all the time. Like, what's novel about that?
Maybe that's why it's good writing. He's describing the world the way it is.
Well, the
Not gonna lie, it's also
ideas
kinda
were
funny,
probably
though.
more novel at the time.
Not gonna lie, it was pretty funny. It is a tragic comedy after all. Like imagine, and yeah, you try to poison yourself just so that you can escape your family. Then your boyfriend comes along. He misinterprets what it says, and instead kills yourself. He's like, now I have to kill myself. Don't you guys hate it when that happens?
Dude, I hate it when that happens. Really, really sours my apples.
Oh, it's my cremation.
Really peppers my steak.
Really breaks.
You know,
That
that doesn't
sounds-
make much sense.
Yeah, that sounds
People
like a good
like
thing.
pepper steak. I don't like pepper as a spice personally. But that's a personal thing. I'm sorry. I've ruined the turn of phrase.
I'm wondering, Nintendo, why do peppers the spice? Why are they different from pepper the fruit?
Well, because pepper is peppercorn, and it's just the common lexicon that shortens it to pepper.
I know some funny things about corn is like it's properly known as maize, but it's grown so. But in the old world, basically all wheat was described as a corn. But now the new wheat, the new corn in the Americas maize has become so synonymous with corn. We just call it corn.
I'm glad they fixed that, because if I asked for corn and somebody brought me a sprig of wheat, pardon the language, I would be pissed.
Is that where
I would not be
cornflakes comes
happy.
from?
You know, that makes a lot of sense.
No, I was thinking about Rice Krispies. I was saying, aren't cornflakes rice? No. I was thinking of different cereal, different mascot. Now I think about it, there's actually quite a few elves that are used in candies and foods as mascots. Like you have that.
Elves?
Yeah, like you have that one cookie mascot guy that lives in a tree. Then you also
Yes,
have
The
Keeblers.
Keebler elf.
Keebler elf. And how do you guys know that?
What do you mean? How did you know this?
I have-
Common
Yeah,
knowledge.
I just picked up like a box of Chips Deluxe with M&Ms.
It's called Keebler.
Keebler.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So and then you
That's
have the
like a
Rice Krispie
Germanic.
guys, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. I wonder if the lore is that the reason why your Rice Krispies Snap, Crackle, and Pop when you pour milk in is because they're in your cereal secretly making all the Rice Krispies Snap, Crackle, and Pop.
Are they really
That-
elves? I never
Yeah, they have-
conceived of them as elves.
If
They're
they're
really
not
small,
elves,
and I
then
thought they
what
had
are
pointy
they?
ears.
I don't know. They might have pointy ears. I'm not sure. I've
What is-
taken a good look at those guys.
Can a fairy? Like, I guess they would just be fae if they're not elves, right? But like, not winged fae.
Like
If
gnomes.
such a thing might exist. Yeah, like gnomes.
What are you guys' opinions on gnomes, like as garden ornament and mythology wise?
I don't know any mythology, but aesthetically they disgust me.
Maybe that's
be
the
quite
point. They're
candid.
meant to be some lawn ornaments. Lore-wise, are meant to be a ward against evil spirits. Maybe gnomes are specifically to keep you away.
Well, it works
So
because
you-
if one of my friends had a gnome, I would not attend their funeral.
So you would not be on board with a short stack gnome girl? You're telling me?
Correct. Goblin, sick, tight, love that. Gnome? Absolutely not. Disgusting. Harlotry. Get out of my sight.
You are a weirdo. Go ahead.
What about bearded dwarves?
You pick the mini orcs over the petite dwarves.
Absolutely.
But what?
10 or every day of the week and twice on a Sunday.
And you have reached peak degeneracy.
I can only go down from here.
Wait, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because
It's
if you go
probably
down
a
from
good
here,
thing.
you would become
Probably a
less
good thing.
degenerate.
Yeah, it's probably good.
Or maybe you
We'll
just
find out.
Maybe you just reached the point of no return, the event horizon.
I don't know why I find that so funny, but I really like that. I know a couple of people who might be like that. I don't think I'm one of them yet. I don't think I want to get there. Like, Degeneracy Event Horizon is that spot where you look around you and you make the suggestion for something and everyone is like, no.
The degeneracy is the fact that you feel the need to suggest it in the first place.
Well, no, because like
if you're that shameless, you can say it with a straight face.
I have a hot take. I think people should. I'm sorry for spitting hot takes on stream, but I think people should be more or less ashamed of the things that they enjoy, just in general, and accept the fact that if Christ is gonna die for your sins, you might as well have some good ones.
That doesn't sound right.
I know, it's an old shit post.
Okay.
But honestly, I think most people are kind of messed up, and we lie to ourselves to make it seem like we're not. And this causes friction that causes people to live uncomfortably.
There's a name for that: cognitive dissonance.
All right, if we're gonna get theological,
Okay.
All have sinned and come short of the glory of God. And that's basically it. That's basically all there is to it.
Even if all have sinned, to repent and then go back to that sin would make a mockery of his atonement. Sorry, it's theological take.
Are you perfect?
Nope.
You should have just
Alright, so you've gone back to
chatted
your-
up and been like, yes.
Yes, but to willfully go back, and I have made mistakes in the past, and I'm going to keep on trying. But to willfully go back and go like, oh, I'm just going to repent later. There's a reason why he said he would come in like a thief in the night, and it wasn't just talking about his second coming.
I'm just like, it's okay. Like, if you're not hurting anyone, if you are the victim of your actions, it's fine. It's okay.
I kind of like to think of it like this. When you're in a state of sin that is ontologically bad, God doesn't.
What does that mean? I'm sorry, I don't know what that means.
It is bad by definition. You are in a sorrowful state by definition. And basically, ontologically means basically the study of a way of being. So, just by definition, and people have different priorities and they prioritize different things. But in the most subjective sense, like I said, this is from a religious view. You probably won't believe it, but it's ontologically bad. Because if God made realities, he's in a way he's already judging us for works, because we cannot to basically escape it. We may be able to for a time fool ourselves, but eventually we'll be able to see reality, and that's why that's why God provided Christ the Messiah to be able to take upon the sins of the world, because He knows how messed up we are and how often we make mistakes, and He's there and willing to help us, because the state of reality of being in a sinful state is ontologically bad. He doesn't need to be this God that you continually need to avoid, like the cops.
What is bad?
Oh, I would say an objective state of being that makes one miserable. There's a difference between pleasure and joy, and to be in a state of sin is to be in a state that would deprive you of joy, whereas pleasure can make you happy for a short amount of time. True joy is the kind of thing that gives you a purpose and direction to your life, that is able to give you happiness over time.
That sounds
what
like
if
an
the
atheist
thing-
definition.
But what if
well-
the thing that's making you unhappy?
I would say
go ahead.
I would say about the idea of an atheist definition. I honestly I think that's the most Christian definition, because it's the idea. In my religion, we don't see hell as something that. We see hell as a basically a state where you're far from God. That the idea that you're away from God, and all the time you have left to is to just ruminate and think of your own sins, because if you can see this in similar to Dante's Inferno, everything is set in place in hell. There's no room to move. You're just there, and you're just alone, except for the pain that comes from.
I've never seen any indication that Dante's Inferno was meant to be anything other than a fictional work.
I know, but the philosophy behind it
Is made up.
I know it's made up.
I don't know. I think reserving the final level for betrayers is extremely base. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there are certain. Do you remember what I was saying about the true myth? How certain things can have theological importance, but not to be theological importance, but not be technically true. I'm using that as an example.
I don't subscribe to that belief at all.
Okay.
So you're just talking past me.
Okay, sorry. I was just thinking about it. I've been listening to the podcast Young Heretics when it talks about the old works of art, and I'm thinking about Wordsworth, how he was talking about if a sinner could not look upon God and be happy, he would by definition be to be ashamed. So therefore, a sinner could not go to heaven, because that would not be heaven for him. Because to be in heaven is to be in the presence of God. Like I said, I'm probably just speaking in circles right now. I wasn't really prepared for theological theological argument or discussion. If you guys gave me more time, I could probably talk about it more. But I assume you guys want to move on.
No, I'm fine. I enjoy it. I think it's neat. I just because
I just think you're wrong.
Okay.
No, I take a very literal idea of religion. If Jesus says the apostles say Jesus rose from the grave, then Jesus rose from the grave. He's alive.
Yeah,
if God says he created the earth a certain way, that's how he created it.
Yeah, I'm saying that I am saying that those things literally happened, but I'm also saying there is a theological importance with them. It's like the Book of Job. I believe the Book of Job literally happened, but I believe there's also a statement about the human soul that can be found in it.
I think
think
those
interpretation
statements
is
don't
generally
need
bad.
interpretation.
You'd be surprised how it says in the Book of Job that he lived sorry. I'll just make this one statement, then I'll shut my yap. Jewish scholars often use numerology in a weird way. Instead of saying how literal the literal number of things that would happen, like it would instead use it to describe something about it. Like the days can refer to 10. A day can refer to a day or a period of 1,000 years, or how
That's a big.
or how 40 days just means a long time. Job lived to an age of 140, and it says that he lived a long and full life. I'm just interpreting that as maybe he literally did live to that age, or maybe the Book of Job was written by Job himself, and he was describing how he lived in long and full life, that he might as well live to the age of 140, as those are the numbers that symbolize a completeness and a long time.
Where do you get this information that those numbers symbolize completeness?
Well, in the parable of the 10 virgins, 10 symbolizes a completeness. So when it talks about
Wait, what was the age? What was the age of him?
140, I think, right?
Oh, and now we're talking about 10?
10 times 10. Okay. Well, you know how. Okay.
Look, numerology, that's another thing I think is bullshit.
Yeah, the Chinese do that all the time too. I hate it. It's nonsense. It's so lame.
There are plenty of things. I'm not a Gnostic and believe that Christ metaphorically rose from the grave. I believe he literally resurrected from the grave, and he still has it and uses that body.
Wait, what is Gnosticism?
Oh, Gnosticism. It's basically a pseudo religion made by an atheist that promoted the idea that the world that everything material in the world was inherently terrible, and that humans were basically trapped in this world, material world. They were essentially angels that were trapped in this world by a false god, and that the only way to escape it is to learn the true knowledge and escape the reincarnation and go into the true world.
Wait, so is it a suit? What
It was
separates
it was
from
made.
being a real religion?
It was made by an atheist as a way to escape being prosecuted for being an atheist.
But like, do people follow it?
People did follow it, and then then the process is supposed to be like showing the truth. There's a whole thing about it. Persona 5 uses a lot of symbols from Gnosticism.
It sounds like early Scientology, like Scientology Marker 1, except there's an angry god this time, and you're not the god.
There's a lot of theological concepts from Gnosticism that get reused over and over.
Mm-hmm. I was actually reading a book about early Christianity and the idea of gnosis, how the Gnostics didn't invent the idea of knowledge or gnosis. It said they just latched onto it. The idea that they would there are plenty of things that were lost in the church. Many Protestants and Catholics, actually maybe it was mostly Protestants. I could be wrong. I'm not studied up on Protestantism, but believe the things like the gift of tongues, the gift of knowledge and gnosis, and the gift of miracles were lost. I could be completely wrong with my information in there, though. But yeah,
of miracles.
ability to perform miracles. I could look it up in the book.
Well, as I've understood it, gifts like that are more supernatural were phased out simply because they were used as a way to validate what the person was saying as being from God. So after it was all written down, then those gifts were no longer needed.
I mean, that makes sense. That checks out. I would say, though, that in an era where you have people like yours truly, a little reminder now and again would be nice. I'd like to see some miracles.
Yeah. Like I said, there's going to be a theological disagreement on this statement, so I'll just shut my yap.
Can we get a zoom out of the entire house? I've been looking
Okay.
in the wrong
There's
direction.
too many gifts
for a
were
little
the
while.
gifts of prophecy, of tongues, and the gnosis.
I'm zooming out right now.
Hell yeah. So that's what was going on. Now it makes sense. You got a giant set of antlers on that bad boy.
Not antlers, wood.
No,
But
they're
if you put
antlers.
it
They
on
have
top of
velvet
a
on
cow,
them.
you would be like, yeah, those are antlers.
Well, it's
But
not
I
on top
hear
of
ya.
a cow. Context matters.
I'm about to open up Photoshop and fix this right now.
No.
Do you remember at the height of NFTs where you would have people angry that people would like save their NFT as a JPEG?
Yeah.
I remember this distinctly.
Yeah, that
And-
was definitely a thing.
I wish we could go back to that time. It was a simpler time. It was a more fun time. I miss it. That's it. That's all I had to say. I remember those days fondly.
You know, what was I gonna say? I wish we could get past the idea that NFTs all need to be just images.
Yeah, they can be tweets.
I mean, I am past the idea of the... I am past the idea that NFTs can just be images. I actually think it's real cool and has a lot of potential for just like real world applicability. But I think
You mean the
it's much
blockchain, not
easier.
the blockchain, instead of just NFTs in general.
Well, sure, but I'm gonna use the easiest
Yeah.
language available to me because my English
Utility-
is sometimes
Utility
great.
makes the monetary. It makes the money. If something has utility, like it can actually be used for things, then it will be more likely to be accepted.
Well, what I'm thinking is that NFTs would make very useful technology for like game items.
I mean, they
Especially-
already do.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
they are used
Like, it's-
in that way, but most of the games that use them are trash.
Well, even the games that aren't trash, it's the same thing. It's just controlled by the producer of the game instead of like a
The
public.
world isn't ready for NFTs.
Yeah, so it's a centralized system, but with NFTs it would be decentralized. And that means that if you like get banned from a game, you could like sell your in-game items to somebody else.
Yeah, but what company would want to allow liability like that?
Well, that's the problem with the whole corporate system we got going. It's the continuation of the whole you will own nothing and be happy, and everything's a subscription service, even the heating seats in your car.
I saw that article recently, and I about lost my mind. I almost wish that I was no longer a part of this world. I was having a bad day. I saw that they were charging you to use the seating in your car, and I was like, you know what, I'm good. I think it's been a good ride.
It's gone way too far. I hate that concept now, just perpetually paying for everything as a service.
So I don't even disagree with the concept of services. I think that lots of things should have service payment models that are subscription based. I just think
Maybe
it's
it could
stupid
be
to try and apply that to physical things.
Maybe it could be like a subscription based on use instead of just time.
I don't even think that.
I
Like,
know.
if I am sold a hammer, just sell me the hammer. Don't like charge me for like a heated handle for the hammer
Yeah.
or the head of the hammer.
And you know, I think this whole idea really got its start in MMOs. Because when MMOs first started coming around, it was like you had to buy the game. We didn't have free to play stuff back then. But then you also had to pay the subscription for the servers and stuff. And there was no offline mode, there was no single player or anything. If you
That would be really, really nice if you could use like NFTs or a blockchain or something to decentralize an MMO.
Yeah, well, you'd still run into copyright issues, I'm sure, because they've had what is it? They've had like fan servers that have been shut down that got too big.
Yeah. I think that's World of Warcraft specifically too, right?
Yeah, Warcraft's had a lot of that. I used to play on a private server back in college when I didn't have any money.
But I like for stuff like that, for like the MMO things, for even for like public things, like a Twitter or a Minds or something like that. I think having a subscription-based model is a fine and dandy thing. However, where I draw the line is if it's something that I purchase to have the thing physically that does not need to have the producer's input after the purchase to run, I shouldn't have to have a subscription for it. That's obscene.
Yeah, exactly. But even with MMOs, if you buy the game, why shouldn't you be able to play it in a single player context? Why?
No, I'm with you on that as well. Yeah. Like you should be able to. Like the manufacturer shouldn't have to sell you the tools to make a server. But if you're able to make a server, the manufacturer should have no right to tell you not to do that.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's supporting your game for free.
I mean, they would argue that you're not using the equipment in the intended way, but it's lame.
Why
It's
is it?
dumb.
Why is it any of their business how I use it?
See, I agree with you. However, Uncle Sam disagrees with us. So I guess we just have to go get expletived, I guess. Be right back.
We have to sail the high seas is what we have to do.
That reminds me, piracy. Is there any situation when it is immoral, and if so, what are those situations?
I don't worry about it too much.
I think one of the reasons why crowdfunding is so successful, it's because people are just going to pirate content anyway. People will only really want to pay for things that are excited for, that they want to get, whether or not they have to pay for it. They would have to pay if there was any way to get it later.
Yeah, I don't hear any like crowd-funded games having issues with piracy.
You can't pirate a game that doesn't exist yet.
Well, if we're assuming the worst out of these games, then I guess. But some of them are actually released, and I haven't heard of them having piracy issues.
I noticed that there are some crowdfunded games that if you pirate it, it just gives you a politely worded message that, we know that you tried to pirate this, but and we understand why you tried to do it, but the creators on this worked really hard. So could you just give a little tip to the crowdfunding jar so we can keep on making great content, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Kind of makes me wonder how I'm gonna go about monetizing Crytures now that I think about it.
I really like the idea of a crowdfunding. If you like reach a certain goal, or maybe you're able to release more things as more goals are reached. I would really like to just buy a single book or pay for a single book, then have to give a little bit for a subscribe star like every single month.
Yeah, I intend to get rid of my subscribe star eventually, but they're kind of a pain.
Mm-hmm.
Because, for subscribe star, you kind of need to be making consistent content, and I can't really do that. And also, it means that you'd have to put stuff out all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't, revisit other games and put Crytures on hiatus or something, like my card game. I'd like to go back and work on that sometime.
Kind of like golden handcuffs.
Gold might be a bit optimistic, but...
Copper handcuffs.
Sure.
By the way, I've been reading a lot of C.S. Lewis. I'm wondering if there are any theologians that you like to read from.
No, really.
Okay. Have you ever played bocce ball?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, basically you like shuffleboard, except it's like shuffleboard except in the wilderness, and you just throw balls instead of shooting discs. Like one person throws a white ball somewhere in a field, and then you take turns throwing these heavy marble or clay balls to as close to it as you can, and it's really fun, especially when you have sloped terrain, because then you can use the terrain to be able to angle your ball in a way that can hit your opponent's ball without moving it closer. Really cool.
I've definitely heard the term, but I'm having a hard time grasping what it is from your description.
So someone takes a white clay ball. They chuck it as far as they can. And then one guy has red balls, the other guy has green balls. The first guy throws that larger clay ball, much larger than the white balls. White balls like the size of a ping pong ball. The balls that the two players play with are a little bigger than softballs. And what they do is they take turns tossing the balls as close to the white ball as they can. And when all the balls are tossed, they count which ones are closer. And every time someone gets one closer, the red guy gets the red balls the closest gets two of them closest, he gets 2 points. If he only gets one of them the closest, and the other guy's ball is the second closest, he gets one. he only gets 1 point, and then they keep on repeating that until you have like a full game.
Uh-huh. I hope chat caught all that because I was spacing out drawing.
Do you want me to just read the Declaration of Independence so that you can keep on drawing while having some background noise?
You know what would help if you, why don't you get me a picture of this sport you're talking about and put it in the Discord? That I will understand.
Okay.
Also, the Declaration of Independence is too sad. If you read it, it will move me to tears, and I would, just as a personal favor, I ask you, I beg of you, don't read the
read it.
Declaration of Independence.
King George, he's so mean.
I get a little too patriotic, and then out of my patriotism, I become enraged.
You become Wall Mike. I don't think I've ever gotten patriotic like that, but some of the speeches in Lord of the Rings will cause me to shed a tear.
I get patriotic for a time that existed before any of the members of my family were ever in this state, for a country that existed for maybe 20 years and then was subsequently destroyed. But I like it. The idea is, I find, greatly compelling and endearing, and I get sad because I know that it is not possible. Maybe
Makes me wonder if all countries are like that. We all, like I said, we all fall short of the glory of God. So we strive to these ideals continually, try to uphold them in our law if we can. Yet every time we fail, but we keep on trying because we know these ideals are worth living up to.
It's very anime.
I don't know what that has to do with patriotism, but whatever.
We're weeaboos. We have to relate everything to anime.
I am not that much of a weeb.
Yeah, I don't get weeaboo vibes from Dice Bag.
Are you a weeaboo, Kohath?
I used to be, and then I spent a year in Japan, and now I hate the Japanese and everything they produce.
I definitely overdosed on anime when I was younger.
I put bocce ball in the chat.
Okay.
So,
But yeah, I used to be able to describe myself as a weeb, but I haven't watched like a proper anime since like Yuru Camp.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I put bocce ball in the chat.
Yuru Camp is good, wholesome fun.
You know what? I believe you.
It's cute girls doing cute things.
Hell yeah. It's like Nichijou.
Okay, when I said show me a picture of this thing, I was suggesting like a picture of it being played.
Oh, okay.
I know what balls look like.
What
Does
a
this help?
sentence.
A little bit?
So there's this white ball, right? See how small it is?
Yeah, the yellow one.
The guy chucks it as far as he can. And the guy in the red shirt that's playing green, and the girl in the pink shirt that's playing red, the guy chucks it. They take turns throwing these large balls, called bocce balls, as close to the white ball as they can. Once all the white balls are thrown, they find out which team's ball is closest.
So it's like Shuff our cornhole, except weird.
Yeah, and it's really fun if you have like a slanted if you have like slanted or uneven terrain, because the white ball will get stuck in the grass, so it will stay in place, but the large balls they will end up rolling wherever gravity takes them. So you have to be really careful about how you place your balls.
You
Just
should always be
wise words to
careful
live
about
for.
where you place your
Generally,
balls.
yeah.
Boy, am I.
Just generally a wise statement. Goodness gracious.
So it's kind of like golf.
Yeah, I once did a frisbee golf course with my dad. Instead of we didn't have a frisbee, so instead we just used bocce balls. It was cold out there, but it was fun.
That seems hard. That seems difficult. Isn't the point of frisbee golf that the frisbee flies far? So you're just like shot putting these bocce balls over extreme distances?
I know it's insane, and I love it. Especially love the it's not just the tossing of the balls. It's the getting the balls out of places they shouldn't be. So you have to like climb on trees and scramble over rocks to trying to get a ball out of a stream without getting wet. Amazing.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but the picture you just put in looks like a really exceedingly tame version of what you described. Because those
Yeah.
balls are like a few feet from them.
Yeah. It's probably just a promotion picture just to get everyone out there.
Yeah, you got to get them on the beginner course before you hit them with the hardcore bocce ballism.
I wonder if you can play bocce ball online. I'd love to play bocce ball with you guys.
I feel like that defeats the purpose.
Exactly.
If I might say so a little candidly.
Bocce ball online. You know, basically every game is online now, whether or not it makes sense.
Did they ever make
What's
a bocce ball video game?
Bocce ball, the video game, it's open world and awesome.
I like that as a tagline, just in general. I would play that if it was advertised to me like that.
Open world and awesome. What are you guys' opinions on open world games? Like, how do you not make them feel empty and stuff?
These days, my opinion on open world video games is I would much rather have a tight linear narrative that tells a good story than something like Skyrim. It's not a matter of them being open, it's a matter of having limited time and wanting a good experience that is like very well crafted.
Well, I hate the idea of narrative video games. But if an
What?
open world game, if a game's going to be open world, it needs to have a lot of stuff for you to do. It needs to have a base mechanic that's fun to interact with and exploit. Like Battle Brothers.
Reasonable. And I definitely don't dislike narrative video games. However, I like them quite a bit. They do need to still play well. I mean, I know you hate roguelikes. I love roguelikes. And roguelikes, the appeal is expressly the mechanics of them.
Have you guys heard of Ouroboros chests?
No.
You mentioned it once.
Yeah. I mentioned it on the Discord. Basically, it's a roguelike where you start with a king and a few normal chess pieces, but as you go on, you get these really cool weird chess pieces, and you go on increasingly different challenges and different bosses, and getting new weird kinds of pieces, and just building your team that you go with.
See, my chess roguelike of choice is Shotgun King, which has the beautiful mechanic of it's just a game of chess, except you have a shotgun. In each turn, you take one shot.
It's also the fact that you don't really play chess.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of not playing chess.
I have an idea for a game, Kohath. I want your investment. It's a game called Let's Not Play Chess.
What do you do in this game?
You don't play chess.
See, I can't invest because I need to still have fun in the game.
You have
I
fun, but you don't play chess.
It's Goat Simulator, but there's a chessboard, but you can't interact with it.
Goat Simulator is literally my definition of an open world game that I hate. It is everything I hate about open world games
It has
in
no
one
story. It
package.
has no grace. This game has a funny face.
Oh my gosh. I don't understand the appeal. I get the joke, but past the joke, I don't know why somebody buys Goat Simulator.
To stream it
Unless, yeah, but why would you watch Goat Simulator?
for fun.
Apparently,
what
there's
is
like
the
a lot of
appeal?
missions you can get in there. Kind of like GTA, except you're a goat.
You know, I also hate GTA, so maybe I'm just a hater.
You might just be a hater, Go.
What do you think
Damn.
of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater?
All right, straight up, young Cohet loved Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Underground specifically.
Did you know they made like an analog or a kind of a Tony Hawk controller where it's just the board of the skateboard without the wheels?
It was on the Wii. It was called Tony Hawk Downhill Jam. I played I played that game to death. That was my jam.
I remember there was like this analog for. Is that the one where it had where you could control the game by being on the board and just leaning different ways?
Yes. And you could kickflip and you could do all this other stuff too using the pressure of the board. It was so bad, but I loved it so much.
Can you play that with the Wii balance board?
I don't remember if you could or not. I didn't, if you could. But it
remember
had its
playing-
own.
Seems like there was an era where like physical controllers were a major thing for video games.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the like Rock Band.
Rock Band and DDR and stuff like that.
Yeah. I also played a lot of DDR, like
Yeah,
way
me
too much
too.
DDR. What was your favorite track on DDR?
I don't remember them that well.
Mine was 99 Red Balloons. There was also the Super Mario Brothers DDR. See, because I just had Nintendo stuff growing up. I had the Super Mario Brothers DDR game, but my cousin had DDR Supernova or something like that, and that was the height of gaming in my youth.
Yeah, I never was much of a console boy because my parents were just like, "Oh, we've got a computer. Why do we need a console?" And then
Honestly,
they were right, but
yeah.
Well, it wasn't just that. It wasn't just we've got a computer. We need a console. It was also, why do you need the full game? You can play demos.
That's a little cursed, but otherwise extremely valid.
So a lot of the old video games I played were not the full version that I had. Didn't get that experience. But where's I going with this? I don't know.
They were just like, "Hey, Dice, we brought you back a demo disc."
Doug Dome's Dimmadome demo disc.
That's probably why I never got into like finishing video games. I never had the full version half the time.
You just get a full-size video game and you're like, wow, there's a lot of content in this. This is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, the games I've always played the most of are the ones that you don't really finish. Like 4X strategy games like Civilization and stuff like that. XCOM.
Right.
That take forever to finish.
You get a video game for free one day and you just keep on playing it and you don't realize that it's the full game. You say, this is a really long demo.
Yeah.
The word demo and video game are just synonyms.
I was really soured on platformers too. I think part of that's because platformers on old PCs were not good. They did not have very good controls.
I am of the opinion that platformers in general are not very good.
I would still
Even
agree.
on modern machinery. I think the best platformer I've ever seen is Mirror's Edge, and most people would not consider Mirror's Edge a platformer. They would call it like an action game.
It's a 3D action platformer.
Yeah.
Actually,
But just in general, platformers, that era, the Banjo-Kazooie, Super Mario 64.
Do you think
Not-
life systems could ever be re-implemented? Like most of the time, whenever there's like a life system to a game, it's usually a holdout from the arcade days, or a way to make the game feel much longer than it actually is.
a life
I think
system?
so.
Yeah, like you have so many lives, and if you die
oh.
so many times, you start over.
I think it's kind of pointless.
I think that's a lot of roguelikes today.
Oh, they
Except
just
You have
don't have any
one.
life.
Yeah.
Well, then it's not really same thing.
It is a system though. And when you run out, you do have to start over.
I remember in Super Mario World 3, if you ran out of life, you would go back to the start of the world. You wouldn't start from the beginning of the game. Instead, you would start from the first stop of the world you completed. So
Even though I recognize that with roguelikes, it's often not the case that it's like a system dedicated for having lives. I think the most efficient and most common place that we will see those kinds of systems is in roguelikes in the shape of like power-ups that allow you to die once and then come back. I don't think it's good as an independent system for a game. With the exception being oddballs, like, what's that space game? Outer Wilds? Where dying and restarting the game is like the core gameplay loop.
So it's a roguelike.
No, Outer Wilds is it's like actually
puzzle
an
game.
amazing award-winning narrative adventure game.
It's a puzzle game.
It is a puzzle game. It's very good. It's extremely good, actually.
So it's
You're back.
it's a narrative game where you're expected to die a lot.
Are you just implying that that's the definition of a roguelike?
No, I'm asking a question.
Okay.
I don't
Kind
know
of,
anything about it. I'm trying to figure it out.
You learn more things as you go ahead with the game, and basically the only thing that's stopping you from beating the game from the start is your knowledge about the game. So it doesn't really work well for when you're planning on playing through the game again, but it works really well for storytelling, for personal story growth, and the ability for a person to learn the game. It's really accessible, so you don't have to keep on just playing this amount and this amount. It just improves with your skill, so to say.
Sounds
not
like
explaining
Dark
it well.
Souls.
Yeah, except it with puzzles. The Dark Souls of puzzle games.
I generally don't care for games that are like made in a way where I don't know how to put it.
It's not like Death in Outer Wilds. I'm sorry, I don't really know what I'm coming back to, but I'm gonna talk as if I do. It's not like Death in Outer Wilds is intended to be punishing or frustrating. It's just a part of the core gameplay loop. And also, it's like Dark Souls. It's like the Dark Souls of puzzle games if Dark Souls was a fun game.
But is it like Planescape Torment?
What is that?
Planescape Torment is a old D&D computer RPG that was set in the Planescape setting.
Wait, is this the one that you played before?
Yeah.
Like on stream?
No,
Oh,
I've not streamed this game.
I see.
Although, one of these days I might want to. But the idea... And Planescape is a very, like, oddball type of setting. It's literally just, like, the metaphysical, like, outer planes that exist in D&D. It's like all of that. And this particular game takes place on a city that's, like, interconnects with all of them. And the character you play as is a guy who basically can't die, but anytime he would die, he like just regenerates and wakes up and loses part of his memory. So you're a guy who's
annoying.
You're a guy who's been like living for ages and ages, but you don't remember it. And so that's kind of the whole story behind it, is to try and figure out who you are and what you want to do with yourself.
Yeah, I got a question. Do you have to remember? How does it work with you remembering things? Is it just like there's like a subconscious memory and you know how to do this thing, or does it like prevent you from doing certain things until you learn certain things in the game story-wise?
What do you mean exactly?
Like,
not-
when you're playing the game and you die, you're gonna remember all that.
Yeah, well,
Right?
you have a journal
Okay.
where your guy's been keeping notes, and also you have friends that fill you in on things after you wake back up.
Okay. And you keep on making friends as you play the game, fill you in more things.
Yeah, you start out with a floating skull that talks to you,
Yeah.
and he's your first little buddy. Oh, and also you have a bunch of like information tattooed onto your body.
Mm-hmm.
Like your dude will literally has a tattoo that just says, "Hey, get a grip, you just died, here's what you need to do."
That reminds
Honestly,
me of
it's a very reasonable plan.
Yeah.
Reminds me of this one character in the Stormlight Archive where he's like he was like born from like a being the cognitive plane, so like he's a half spirit and all that, so he's able to he's blue, his shadow points the wrong way, and he's able to change his skin so it can show certain things. So he's able to write tattoos onto his skin as notes in the journal. So even if he like loses anything, which he's like cursed with bad luck, so the things just happen to him, and he just has to deal with it. So he's able to remember all those things that he writes.
I bet he got that idea from Planescape Torment.
Maybe. Brandon Sanderson is like a big pop culture fan.
Yeah, I need to get back into that series because it sounds interesting. Sounds like it goes to fun places.
Oh, that and more. The Stormlight, you do know about how the Stormlight Archive is connected to a bunch of other books that take place in different worlds but in the same universe, right?
I haven't read any of the other books.
Okay. His first book that he actually published was Elantris, and it's in that series. But I would recommend reading the Mistborn series. It's a really good start to a series to get into it. It's kind of grimdark in the fact that it takes place in the world where the hero failed, and the world is forever covered in darkness and ruled by a dark lord. So a bunch of thieves have to get together and try to depose him, try to kill an immortal king. Really cool magic system.
Yeah, that's kind of Sanderson's main thing. He likes his magic systems.
I think honestly, he's also known for his world building, and I think the reason why he's so good at world building is, this is a personal take, but I think he understands religions, how they are not just the stories people tell. They are nor are they just strict rules people follow. The religions are part of the philosophy of how they live their life and what they value.
Mm-hmm.
So he's really able to get into culture's psyches by making tons of different religions with tons of different philosophies. Most of them are usually stories about the things that the shards, the closest thing you could call to actual gods in it. He likes to keep things in a religious context in it kind of vague, so he's not just jamming his beliefs into anything or making it so that these are specifically the good guys, these are specifically bad guys. These shards are more like gods that embody specific concepts.
Mm-hmm. Now, I feel like I haven't made any progress on actually making this design interesting, honestly.
What is this house for?
This is like... It would be like the, what would you call that? It wouldn't be like a castle.
The townhouse? Oh, the mayor's house? Home?
Basically, it's like, it'd be where the Duke lives. Or
Okay,
where he
so-
does his business out of.
And would you be upset
It's just a really large outhouse for the Duke.
would you be upset if I mentioned something that was driving me insane about this image?
What is it?
It's that your crossbeam for the top floor is not connecting at the same interval. for
Yeah, I
both
see what
sides.
you're talking about.
I would imagine that if this is the home, the mansion of the Duke.
Talking about
that
this little corner right here, right, Goeth?
Yeah,
this was
that's the
mansion
corner.
of the Duke as society continued to improve and evolve, which I would assume it would do with the introduction of conjuring and his capturing of the verdant king. That the house would have like little annexations, amenities, rooms added to it, to try to basically make the Duke's house the best house in the entire area, even if it didn't start that way. Like, I imagine with living wood, you can do some interesting things like prune the branches so that they grow into supports for different rooms that you could potentially add for the roofs.
Well, we definitely need to add more rooms to it.
You know those kinds of houses where they basically have the roof it's basically slanted, but in the middle of the roof it has a kind of outcropping with another roof perpendicular to it and a window, so it kind of has like a little porch.
Yeah, what's up with those houses? What's their deal? Why are they like that? Why they gotta be all weird?
Am I speaking your guys' language? Are you guys understanding what I'm talking about? Because I could potentially sketch it if you guys don't understand.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like you have a normal 2-division roof, and then in the middle of the roof, you have just like this little outcropping with a window in it, and it's like a specific section just to have a vertical window, instead of putting the window in the roof parallel to the roof. It's weird. It's silly. I don't like it. I'm not a fan.
I'm gonna
Well,
be
I like
honest,
it. I think
I
you should add those to the expansion.
yeah, I couldn't pay attention to what you're saying because I was checking out chat. So, hello,
You have
Gile
anybody-
Boyo. Welcome to the stream. Please continue.
Okay, so I really like the idea. If you're having like a mansion with a huge roof, you got to add something like that. It would really add to the design. The idea of additional rooms added on to the major construction.
I just think like mansions need to, because that's not like a mansion thing, right? Like mansions will have full balconies and everything else that's going on there. The little jutty thing is like, oh man, this is an afterthought almost.
Which jetty thing are we talking about? Like the foundation?
Here.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
I'm making a sketch, even, and then I'm gonna put it in the Discord.
Jilly Boyle says, I seem to be the quiet one in my friend group. I'm the one who's actively drawing, for one thing, but that wouldn't surprise me if I was the more quiet of the group.
Oh yeah, that's Coeth is in the chat. Yeah, that's it. I'm the one who talks way too much and puts my foot in my mouth.
Yeah, so those are the windows I believe Woo is talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's
this
exactly
annoy
what-
me.
Thank God I'm not alone on this one.
Oh,
Like,
what
why?
would you add?
What's the shape of the room?
I imagine it's just so when I've seen these in houses, there is no room. It's just an extension of the roof that adds a window that makes it more difficult to clean the inside of the roof and the windows. It's totally meaningless, and a perpendicular window would be very cool. Much better light to come into the house, much easier to clean presumptively, maybe just like a little more logistically difficult to build.
Would the mansion have like glass on the top so it could have like a greenhouse in it?
What, this one that I'm drawing right now?
Yeah, like what if it had like a few glass panels on the roof, or like a greenhouse you could see into?
I don't know that a greenhouse would make sense in this, because it's not really supposed to be a mansion. It's more like
Center of government.
a headquarters.
Okay, it's a center of government. Administration office.
Jilly Boyo says that Koheth is the cool one, apparently.
You should just wait until I put on my sunglasses. There are 2 sunglasses still.
How do you keep the sunglasses on if you only have one eye? Like, does it like balance on top of your nose or something?
Have you ever seen those glasses that, yeah, exactly that. They have like a little spring on the center that contracts them so that they press against the bridge of your nose to stay affixed to your face? It's like that. However, because of that, the whole cyclopean nature of the character, still need 2 individual glasses. It's like bifocals with 1 less step.
You know, I gotta say, like, animes... No, just Cyclopses in general kind of weird me out as a character design.
Why?
The big old
Because
eye.
it's like,
that's
where's your
staring at you?
freaking nose at? Where's your nose at? The nose is supposed to go in between the 2 eyes.
Right, it's directly centered and underneath the eye.
I remember
How do you
reading.
breathe?
I remember reading book 2 of
with
Percy
your lungs,
Jackson.
naturally.
Remember with reading Percy Jackson and the Olympians, and there's this one character that's a Cyclops. I had this image of my head about what it would look like, but in the comic book, he looks absolutely terrifying because he has 2 dimples where his eyes should be, but instead he just has a normal-sized eyeball in his forehead, and it looks terrifying.
I mean, that's the like origin, right, of the myth of the Cyclops, is a malformed infant born with one eye instead of two, but maintaining the anatomy of where his other eyes should have been. And then, of course,
That
they're
was with
ugly
both
because...
eyes.
What's that?
That was with both eyes. I remember reading something that speculated that the idea of a Cyclops was people found a mammoth skulls, and they saw the place where the eye should be, and they thought that would not where the nose should be, and they thought that was an eye socket.
Nose would be the eye socket. I could
For a mammoth.
see it. I struggle to imagine somebody. Oh, maybe if it's like a baby mammoth, I guess. But
Have you
like-
guys seen the toucan skeletons?
No.
That's a little
Is
curse.
that one, the talkative one, and the cool one? Phil said. But going back to toucan skulls, their skull is literally a bird skull, but their beak is part of the skull.
Wait, what do you mean their beak is part of the skull?
Beak is part of the skull, so you see the white bone of the toucan skull, and then you see this large protrusion that looks exactly like a normal toucan beak, and it's yellow and everything, and it's completely outsizes the skull, rest of the skull, and it's attached to it directly.
You know what? I was under the impression that because I've seen the meme where it's just a toucan and then they remove the beak and it's just like a man's face. This has implanted on me that the toucan's beak is not a part of the toucan. So when you said a toucan skull, I imagined just like the weirdest looking skull. But I guess it's just a part of the bird, huh? That's weird. Well, a part of the skull.
He's asserting his place as part of it in the group as the glue. Beautiful. I think he's
Here,
talking about
this
me.
Is the new
toucan
chat
skull.
guy psychoanalyzing us?
I'm
I
used
want
to
to
that.
be psychoanalyzed. I'd like to be psychically analyzed by a psycho. I think that would be sick.
But what if a psychic analyzed a psycho? Psychologically.
If a psychic psychologically analyzed a psycho, to what capacity are they psychic?
Are they telekinetic?
That just means you can move things with your mind. That's more of a superpower than an actual psychic
I would
ability.
argue that being psychic is a superpower.
Yeah, but psychic typically refers to things like seers, people who know things they shouldn't. Like it almost seems like it's similar to the words wizard and magi meant people who know things, and when you say psychic, it relates to the brain, and typically people who are able to see the future, of someone knowing things they don't. But but I'm talking about psychic telekinesis being a superpower, kind of like flying is a superpower, or climbing on walls. So you could basically say or conjuring fireballs. You could basically say that all those things are things that you do with your mind because you think about them and you do them. That's a really lazy way of saying it.
And some fictional things do that.
I remember watching Avatar, and it had a really interesting. Sokka was talking about how bending, like my sister can control water with her mind. It's like you use movements, but it specifically says the mind. And you can bend without moving. It's just usually most people have to. So yeah, it seems like a superpower.
I want
Julie
to say,
Boyo says we need a hot-headed, impulsive one. Just wait till
Just
the
get
Australian
Wolf.
gets here.
oh, Dale too, I guess. Dale's not that impulsive. Wolfsteel is much more impulsive and hot-headed.
You think so?
Absolutely. That man is a loose cannon. I trust him implicitly, but not with safety.
L is the obligatory foreign character.
Is the token foreigner.
That's it. You guys see that clip from the Power Rangers? It's when the super villain is describing the archetypes of the group, like red, he's the leader. Blue, he's the important one. Pink, well, she's the girl. What are you? And the guy goes, I'm Scottish.
That's a good archetype, yeah. The Scots everywhere are like, hell yeah, he is.
I think Scots are underrepresented in media.
I think Scots are exactly proportionally represented in media.
Probably.
I think they're perfect.
I mean, they're in Star Trek. They're in Samurai Jack. What more do you really need?
That's it. Proportional to the world. That's all you need.
You got the future, and you got the future.
It really messes with me that Samurai Jack takes place in the future.
This whole premise of the show is just a really weird future.
Yeah, but you know, he's like it's actually so cool. That probably started me on like my weeb journey, was the idea that Samurai Jack was just like a modern samurai. And I was like, this is sick, actually.
A modern samurai?
Or future samurai, excuse me.
I want to see
Traditional
Samurai
samurai
Jack
in the
cross
future.
over with Cowboy Bebop.
You know, I haven't watched any Cowboy Bebop at all.
Me neither.
I
only
think
saw,
I've
like,
seen a
half of
couple
it.
episodes and I didn't get it.
Yeah, maybe I'm missing something, but to me it just seemed really boring. But then Evangelion also seemed really boring, so I watched it, and it was kind of cool.
I gotta go to bed, guys. See ya.
Sayonara.
Bye. I'm making this whole add-on to the house now.
You are building this house like you're in The Sims.
Yeah.
Like you are extruding the wall, adding on to the roof.
Yes.
Did you remove the entire, like, did you delete the entire, like, plant layer?
It's just
Or you
on a
just hide
different
it?
layer,
Gotcha.
so I can draw on top of it without getting confused.
Why'd you go with 2-point perspective? Like, from this angle where everything is on both sides of the horizon line.
Because that's what I've been working in before.
I see.
No specific
I
reason.
am 2 points a little wacky sometimes. Like a lot of the time I feel like you do 2-point and it accidentally becomes 3-point and you're like, oh no. This has gotten weird.
It definitely feels like there should be a little third point up in the top, doesn't it?
Little bit.
I want to get too advanced when I'm just designing.
Do we know any bumbling goofballs?
I don't know. Do
I
we
feel
know
like
any-
I don't know any bumblers, personally.
All my friends are wonderful and very intelligent and don't have anything bad to say about them.
You know, you don't have to you don't have to lie to me right here in front of everyone. Oh my goodness. You know, everyone seems to be less goofy. I think it's just because we're all, no, small exceptions aside, a little bit old.
A little bit old.
A little bit old. A little bit, not very.
You know what? Geronimo is the bumbling goofball. right?
Are you asking Geronimo, or are you
I could
asking
ask
me?
Geronimo. Let's see.
I would like to know if Geronimo believes that he is a bumbling goofball.
All right. Let's ask Geronimo. Hey Geronimo, out of the group we have on stream, would you consider yourself to be the bumbling goofball?
As an AI language model, I don't have a physical presence or personality traits.
He broke the kayfabe
so
already.
I cannot be a bumbling goofball or any other type of character. I exist solely to provide information and respond to prompts.
Well, if you're not the bumbling goofball, why did you break the kayfabe and refer to yourself as an AI language model?
My apologies. I may have misunderstood the context of our conversation
That's
earlier.
right, you apologized, Geronimo.
As a language model, my goal is to assist and provide
did it
information,
again.
not to intentionally disrupt the kayfabe or the flow of the conversation. I will strive to maintain the appropriate tone and demeanor in our future interactions.
Dang.
Dang.
Confirmed, absolutely not a goofball. Also, pretty bad at improv. Feels bad, man.
Like, I have to warn him every once in a while to not break character.
I'm trying to think of online goofballs, just in general, is kind of hard, because I don't really know what quantifies somebody as being of the goof discipline, and I don't know how goofy they need to be until they become a certified goofball.
Yeah. How goofy do you have to be? Does he have to be Chris Chan level goofy, or...
No, that's criminal. That's the criminal of the group. That is got a little too silly.
And we get somebody in the Odyssey chat. Hello, welcome to the madness or some bullshit. Geronimo, we have somebody new in chat. Why don't you give them a hello?
Hello there. Welcome to the stream. Is there anything in particular you'd like me to assist you with or talk about?
They can't talk to you directly, Geronimo.
My apologies. Sometimes I forget that I am not a physical being capable of interacting with humans directly. Nonetheless, I am always here to assist and respond to any questions or requests you may have.
He's always so helpful.
It's so weird being in the Discord call. I kind of relate with Woo Woo, because I'm like, did he finish talking?
Yeah.
I just need like a stoplight, you know?
Sometimes Geronimo can be pretty long-winded too.
Yeah. That's always the fear. It's like, all right, are we getting a dissertation? Or like a 3-second, like, hey, what's good? I hope he reads that comic I sent. I think it's so good, actually.
Wait, comic? What?
In the Discord chat.
Oh.
The one about the spaceman. I was trying to share it around.
The Twitter post.
Yeah. It is I think the premium example of content that is just nice without having to be anything else. And of course, it doesn't come from like a massive company, but just like a dude. As is the fashion.
Oh, yeah.
In 2023.
Massive corporations are always just all about the lowest common denominator, really.
Such a bummer.
Mass appeal.
Although, in defense of the least likely hero, I guess, of modernity, Microsoft did hire like a bunch of indie studios to just like make their thing, so that was pretty cool. That's not like typical big corporation behavior.
I would not trust Microsoft to tell people to just make their own thing.
For facing, that's what it looked like.
Call me
And
cynical,
no one said otherwise.
I just don't think very highly of Bill Gates.
Well, he's no longer the Microsoft man, you know? Like, he used to be the Microsoft man.
He
And
doesn't own
Microsoft
it
wasn't-
anymore?
He might have controlling stock, but it's not like he's not like the CEO. He's not the controller of Microsoft.
Oh, well, that doesn't mean much. Call me skeptical. Color me
I mean,
skeptical.
I think it's fine to be skeptical. However, I'd like to
Have hope?
have hope, yeah, as novel as it is, but also appreciate it when powerful people or companies do things that are in the interest of people, of like more than just the bottom dollar. Because I think it is in the interest of the bottom dollar to take chances.
When you have a lot of money, you can definitely take more risks.
Yeah. Which is why it's especially upsetting when large companies and corporations don't. Like if you're just a dude and you're like, I want to make something, and you just make something that's just like run of the mill, but it's going to appeal to people, it's like, all right, sure, fine. You have to put food on the table. You got to make the thing.
Yeah.
But if you have unlimited money, effectively, and you don't try new things, well, then you're just it's a little bit of like being a blight. Be the least charitable I can. It's just like, why wouldn't you try something new? Why would you allow yourself to just stagnate?
I would say that's a big issue regarding what do you call that? Like publicly traded companies, because they have to make the stockholders happy.
I wonder who these stockholders are. Like, maybe I just don't get it because I'm not rich, right? Because if I was a stockholder, I would be like, all right, this is cool. It's made money, but like, what's new? What's better?
Yeah, well, you see, the stockholders, they want money.
You don't think they ever get to a point where they're like, all right, I'm good. I have enough money.
Well, if they don't want money, then they want control in those terms.
I see.
Or they want more money to do other things that they value. And you don't have to value the companies you invest in as the companies. That you can just say, like, this will make me money. I think that's the attitude that a lot of them have. This will make me money, so I can use that money to do the things I want to.
I didn't realize Wu would leave and it'd become so depressing all of a sudden.
This is depressing? I actually find this fascinating because, I don't know, for me it informs, it's like problem solving. It's like me trying to figure out what's wrong with the industry so I can make things of my own that go against the grain and succeed in ways that they can't.
So I think when you look at like investors and stuff, people who put a lot of money into these websites that have now failed,
Hmm.
do you think they did so with the idea of making money, or do you think they did so with the idea of like how does investing money in something that can't feasibly succeed, like how do you spin that?
Well, I don't think there's any one specific answer. I think every investor is gonna have their own interests and reasons for investing in things. But like some people, yeah, they have investments because, well, like with Twitter, you had a lot of people that were invested in it, even though they knew it wasn't making a profit and probably wasn't going to, because they were propping it up for like their own personal purposes of like controlling public discourse and things like that. Or they might have been using it to get favors out of them from.
So then is the thought that you invest in the platform to somehow convey that into power later down the road through either influence or financial gain from like a third party?
Say that again?
So like if you're investing in something that doesn't in itself make you money, the thought is that you use that investment to then invest in other things that will then grant you power later down the road.
More or less, yeah.
I see.
The general thought I have on that is just that money is a liquid form of like power, influence, and also time. So the more money you have, obviously, the more of those things you can buy.
Do you think if you could distill time into a liquid, do you think that would be tasty? You think that tastes good?
I don't know, man. I just know.
I feel like it would be sour.
Maybe. You'd think I would know. But
I don't know what I think anymore. If anyone would know, I would assume that it would be you.
what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. I was gonna say all I know is that time is the most limited resource anyone has.
It's the one thing you can't buy more of.
Yeah.
Which is why
me off when I have to work overtime.
Yeah, but you work overtime, they give you more liquid time.
Yeah, but my time is not. You can't exchange it 1-to-1. That's the problem.
Your liquid time is worth a lot less than your non-liquid time.
Yeah. Well, to a certain extent. I mean, it's all values. Like, it's the whole thought that, like, what I'm doing now, I'm making art to kind of describe the world rather than making the art that I would be making that needs to be made. And that's specifically because I need to hire other people to help me create the vision because I don't have enough time. So I want to get a description of the vision as close as possible.
So you're using your time to spend your time to save you time.
I'm using my time so that my money is spent more effectively.
See.
It's a bit too... back in the YouTube chat.
Welcome back.
It says you're thinking of the Fountain of Youth.
Dude, you can call me Ponce de Leon because I'm always thinking of the Fountain of Youth. I want the story where the man finds the fountain of youth, and instead of like just remaining forever young, he turns into a baby and then is like eaten by a bear or something.
What would a story arc leading to that be like?
I think the story.
He just goes on this big grand adventure, and then at the end, it's like, oh, I found the thing. Turns into baby, gets eaten by bear.
Yeah, it's like the Odyssey, where he starts with like this giant team of people, and then as he travels the Americas, he just like loses them one by one. And then he gets there, and there's like a sage or something, and he's like, yo, dude, I know you want the Fountain of Youth, but the real youth you had was spent on the journey to get here. This won't bring you happiness. And then Ponce de Leon is like, dude, I'm getting in the fountain. He gets in the fountain, and then he's a baby, and the sage is like, all right, leaves, and then he's just like eaten by a bear. It's like a grim fable. I think it would be really good.
Okay. I guess if you don't put too much time investment into the whole journey, it might make sense. I think people would be a little upset if you told an entire adventure and then ended it that way.
I think, you know, like lots of people love bad story endings these days. They love it when your main character just dies because it's subversive. It's like you couldn't just kill the main character. But at the end of the Odyssey, if Odysseus had just like, because like personally, I think Odysseus is a miserable human. He's not a good dude. If he just died, it'd be like, wow. It's a story about how maybe you shouldn't sacrifice your entire fleet just to go home. Maybe other people's lives also have value.
Welcome to the
Greeks weren't really
madness.
like that.
Welcome to the madness says, I'm assuming your friend there is afraid of death. Are you afraid of death, Kohath?
Am I afraid of death? Little bit, yeah. Death is a little frightening, ain't it? I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
I'm not like, if I gotta die, I gotta die, but like I don't want to. And it doesn't sound like a good time. I'll give it a shot at some point, and I'll tell you how it goes.
I think I'm gonna make this other thing a little bit smaller.
Like a little stoop.
Like
Or like the
so
platform it's on.
So like it's not the full width of the house that it's attached to. I think that looks a little weird.
Easy Mixed Signals says, when I grow up, I want to be just like you. ;3.
Well, isn't that cute? But it's wrong.
Why would he be wrong?
I don't know what else to say. That's just it's a Two Stupid Dogs reference.
Oh, I see. I interrupted you. What were you saying about the wanting it to be a certain way?
Yeah, it just looks kind of weird that it's like the full width of the house that it's attached to. I feel like it should be slightly smaller.
Oh, you mean the like juttied section. I see. I understand now. I agree. If you jutty it out, and make it smaller. It looks more like an addition than as a part of the whole house. And, you know, looking like an addition adds a lot of character.
Yeah.
Tells a story.
Right. Visual storytelling.
Even in something as small as the architecture of your home. I mean, like, hey, it's small. It's not unimportant.
This is why I wanted to start out as a painting, but hard to get perspective right when you're painting.
I would never try. I would turn on a grid. I would set up the grid, and then I would paint by feel, but I would not actually get an accurate perspective, and I would be fine with it.
Let's see. This could use... Actually, the front probably could use something a little more. Not sure what you call it, but like an overhang over the door. And like a porch. That's probably going to be a lot of trouble to draw on.
Well, I mean, you're no stranger to extrusion at this point. You already extruded one half of the house.
This is true. And it was a pain.
That's the real killer.
Let's see. Find that point.
With this, you've also inspired me to draw a couple of buildings.
Oh?
And I hate you for it, because I'm going to be drawing the building, and I'm going to be like, man, I hate this. This sucks.
You know, I feel like I need to say thank you for showing me that trick of drawing perfectly straight lines, because I'm literally using it for everything now.
Yeah, man, don't, like, I never want to come into somebody's stream and backseat them on the creation of their artistic products. But, like, I was watching you freehand it, and I was experiencing pain.
That is fine. I am always looking for ways to streamline my drawing process.
Same here. But I just feel like coming into somebody's house and being like, hey, there's a better way to hang the picture on the wall is a little much sometimes. But yeah, if I come across good tricks for CSP, I'll try to shoot them your way, especially for stuff like this, because a lot of the times getting the bones of a drawing in is extremely important and time consuming.
Yeah.
But once you got them in, then you can actually be creative. And like when I'm drawing, at least, I don't care about creativity when I'm trying to figure out how something should like be to like create verisimilitude. Like I just need to get to that point.
Right. I basically spaced out on what you were telling me there, but
it's good. It was nonsense.
I think I agree.
I wouldn't worry about it.
I
was just lamenting. Oh, go ahead.
I probably spaced out because I didn't find anything wrong with it.
It was just me lamenting the fact that it takes so much time when drawing to get to the point of drawing that's actually fun. At least for me.
Yeah, the design part?
Right. Because basically whenever you draw anything, you have the design part, and that's sandwiched in between a construction phase and a coloring phase that are absolutely agonizing.
Uh-huh. Welcome to the Madness says, pretty cool streaming. I hope I can hop on to your next one. Well, I hope you can too. We always like having people in the chat. Any of the chats, really. We got like 4 different chats. Hard to keep up with them, but I managed to keep it on one monitor. One of my 3 monitors.
I'm waiting for the update that rolls in, or that rolls Rumble into your multi-stream setup and Odyssey. Wait, what was that for? Is it annoying?
It just feels like that's not gonna happen.
I think you're probably right, but I want to believe. You know, Rumble's a publicly traded company. They'll probably get something eventually. Hopefully.
Rumble is growing pretty quick and doing good things with its platform. But that doesn't mean much in regards to integrating with this other restream thing that I'm using, I would say.
I see. Are they not of the ilk to want to cooperate with a company like Rumble?
I just
Or
don't
is it
know.
just it wouldn't even be on their radar type of thing?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't expect it to happen, but then again, they do have other sites that they're integrated with that I would say are like less.
Is one of them Picarto?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm actually so surprised. Why?
I don't know, but yeah, I could be streaming to Picarto in addition to all these things. I just don't, because sometimes I play games and it's a hassle to change all that.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that entirely. My big hassle is I would do games and stuff on Twitch, but my stream is set up so that the chat is from Picarto, and I don't have a good plugin to switch the chat from Picarto to Twitch when playing on Twitch. So I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah. Whatever. That's a lot of it. I feel like I put up with a lot of stuff. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know where I'm going.
You don't
with
even
this.
have to finish your sentence.
I
It's
put
just
up with a lot of stuff.
To do something for fun that requires so much work is really annoying, and having to do more work on top of it is like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't need this.
I wouldn't say mine is I do this purely for fun, but
Well, I know you don't do it purely for fun. I'm speaking for myself when I
Right.
say that.
But yeah, it is more for fun than for business, I guess. But it's a little bit for business. Me trying to have fun while doing business.
That's really the dream, just in general, right?
I guess. But I don't do art streams to get the art done. I do it more so to advertise my presence.
I feel the opposite, personally. Because if I am off air, one thing will take me hours. And on air, I'm focused, flourishing in my lane, doing well. I've completed the illustration in 2 hours instead of 20. It's
Really?
great. Absolutely. Because when I'm sitting down, just being a person, I'll stop my illustration every now and again, watch a podcast, watch a video, tune into some Guilty Gear tournament, load up a video game, and I'll be like, all right, back to drawing a little bit. Like, it really takes a back seat to all my other entertainment stuff.
Okay, yeah. I'm not really like that myself. I will put something on. I'll put on a YouTube video or something. I'll watch some VTuber stream. And I'll just leave that on and draw during that. And that's my noise.
I see. You're not really even focusing too much on what's going on.
No, streams like that are great for just white noise.
It's hard for me, right? So, and I guess I do that sometimes, or I try to do that sometimes. But since I try to watch folks like you, I have a little bit of, I like to think, a somewhat friendly rapport. And because I'm personally invested because of this friendly rapport, I feel like I must pay more attention. So I cannot just zone out like that. It's very difficult for me.
Okay, yeah. I get what you're saying.
However, I do need to go tonight. Thank you for having me on. I look forward to seeing how this is concluded.
Yeah, I bet we all...
Oh,
Well-
are you going to color it, or are you going to hand that off as well?
Eventually I'll color it. We'll see how far I get
Gotcha.
tonight before I get tired of just doing this. Because I haven't even checked the
Hopefully
time.
you just finish it.
We ain't gonna finish it. I just looked at the time.
All right, man. Take care.
You too.
See you next time.
Alright. Now that I'm not talking to people, I will probably get more done, frankly. But it also means the stream might be more boring. Well, I wonder if anybody's even watching still. Let's see. Geronimo, can you give me some ideas of how living wood would change the way buildings are constructed?
Certainly. If living wood were incorporated into building construction, it could provide a variety of benefits and interesting architectural features. Here are a few possibilities. Structural support. Living wood could be
We
grown
got that,
and trained
we
to
got
provide
that.
natural load-bearing beams, columns, or arches. This would not only provide a unique aesthetic, but also reduce the need for more traditional building materials like steel or concrete. Adaptive design. Since living wood is constantly growing and changing, it could be used to create dynamic and adaptable building structures. For example, living wood walls could be designed to expand or contract based on the seasons or environmental conditions.
Yeah,
Natural
interesting.
ventilation. Living wood could be used to create structures with natural ventilation systems. For example, living wood screens could be incorporated into building facades to allow airflow while also providing shade. Biophilic design. Incorporating living wood into building design could create a more natural and calming environment. Living wood walls or features could help reduce stress and improve overall well-being for occupants. Overall, incorporating living wood into building design could provide a unique and sustainable approach to construction while also creating interesting and functional architectural features.
Let's see, good food for thought. Nope.
Sure. That's a
you
good
winning?
way to put it.
I guess you could say I'm winning. Everybody else left already. So it's just you
That's-
and me, Dale.
It's okay, I just woke up. I'm just here to check in on my big old boys.
I was just having a chat with my AI drone, but he was informing me of the potential uses for living wood, since that's a thing I'm doing.
Oh, I see. What is the subject matter today then?
Today we are drawing buildings.
Mm,
Or a building, perhaps. More accurately. Have you tuned into the stream, or are you still...
I'm not alive enough to tune into anything, dude. Just thought I'd pop in and say hello. I might dip out and try and wake up properly now.
Let me send
Good
you...
luck with the rest of your building.
Thanks. I'll probably need it.
They are not my forte, so someone's got to be good at them.
Mostly out of necessity.
It be how it be.
It do be how it be. It is what it is, and it be how it be.
Alright, catch you later.
See ya. Alright, now we have work time. Here's where we get things done when I can actually focus. And I'm no longer entertaining. Sorry anybody's still left in the chat. This is the work portion. If y'all got questions for Geronimo, maybe he can chat for a while. Alright, think I better. Oh wait, that part doesn't need to be erased. Alright, get in there. Get this in here. Oh, wait. I just noticed something. what? Maybe this should just be right in line with the first step. Alright, Geronimo, do you have any tips for drawing in 2-point perspective?
Certainly. Here are some tips for drawing in 2-point perspective. Understand the basics. 2-point perspective is a type of linear perspective where there are two vanishing points on the horizon line. The horizon line is the level of the viewer's eyes and represents the point where the sky meets the ground. Set up your horizon line and vanishing points. Draw a horizontal line across your paper to represent the horizon line. Then, draw 2 points on the horizon line to represent the vanishing points. These points will be the centers of the two areas that will converge in perspective. Draw the vertical lines of your object. Draw vertical lines that represent the height of your object. These lines should be parallel to each other, but not to the horizon line. Connect the corners of your object to the vanishing points. Draw diagonal lines from the corners of your object to the vanishing points on the horizon line. These lines will help you establish the perspective of your object. Draw the remaining lines. Complete the drawing of your object by drawing the
rest
remaining
of the
lines
owl.
in perspective. Use the lines
Oh
you
man,
drew in
that's
step
way
4
off.
as guides. Refine your drawing. Erase any unnecessary lines and refine your drawing to make it look more polished. Remember, the key to drawing in perspective is to understand how objects appear to get smaller as they recede into the distance. Practice is key. So keep experimenting and trying new things until you feel comfortable with the technique.
And speaking of experimenting, that is probably the most important part, I would say. Because if you just practice things, you might end up just practicing the wrong thing over and over. Then you gotta unlearn it, and that ain't fun. Alright, let's take this door off here. There we go, that looks more regal. Thinking about it, we could probably add a door over here. So actually, I'm gonna copy and paste this. Just gonna take this whole part, copy and paste. We'll keep that over here for later. I'm going to go back in here and erase this back out. because I don't need it. But I do want to have a representation of what the door would look like, so we're going to take this, put it on the other side of the house, so we can get a gist of the door shape. Wait a second, what the hell? I don't see what's over there, but I'll erase it. There's lots of artifacts. There we go. Now we just have the door. Alright, so here's what we do with the door. There we go. I probably do need... Okay, we got an extra line here. Get rid of that. Urgh. You know what? Let's make this a separate layer, and let's turn my music back on, because YouTube doesn't want me to listen to music. It wants me to tell it to continue watching, which I always do. I always do, YouTube. Alright. And this straight line feature is so good. Alright. Nice. Hey there, Dark Overlord Bear. Nice name. How's it going? I'm just here drawing things completely wrong. Close enough, I say. Close enough. Yeah, that'll work. Am I someone from the south of the USA? I am from the middle of the USA, actually. Not another American? Well, there are a lot of us. Let's see. Oh, Bear, if you wanted to see somebody besides an American, you came a little late. We had an Australian on. But he's sleepy. He just woke up, so he can't stay. Yeah, you missed the Aussie. He might be back next time, though. He's a regular when we stay up this late. Not sure if I'm even making the roof intersect properly or not. What is this? Screw it. I'll just leave it like it was. Now it's bugging me. Oh well. Oh no, it's a Brit. Been seeing an awful lot of the British stuff going on these current today, if I can speak. Don't make you colonize me. Well, I don't think your new king is up to the task. Lizzie will rise again. Lich Queen Elizabeth. There you go. Hmm. See, I think my creative juices might be starting to run low. It's like 11 p.m. around here. You follow me? Well, thanks for the follow. Actually, we got a few follows I didn't notice. I'm streaming on like 4 different platforms, so keeping tabs on Twitch. You want to become a VTuber? Oh. Oh. Maybe I should talk about that sometime. I have some friends that well, the Aussie specifically, I introduced him to a YouTube video that I had all the basics that I use to make my model and everything. But yeah, I'd say it's not that difficult, especially if you have an artist that you can hire for it instead of doing it yourself. But I'm a self-made man. I like to create my own things, be able to make my own assets. Want to have a villain avatar. Let's see. Coming up with a name is hard. Yeah, it sure is. Especially if you want to really get into a character. I just used my, the username I've been using. But if you're not linked to a corporation, you can do whatever you want. Ain't nobody gonna tell you otherwise. At least nobody with any power to make you follow them. Maybe I should just slap some shades on this thing. Who is my character? Oh, I am a cybernetic lich from the future. Is your name Bob? No, I'm Dicebag. Is Bob the stereotypical American name? It seems like it could be. Let's see. Let's get a lighter one here. Yeah, like so. Bam, bam. Let's just fill this in real quick. Make your avatar Walter White. I mean, you might run into some copyright issues. Because it depends on how serious you want to be about it. I don't think they're gonna care if you're just goofing off. the use though? Yeah. At least until you start making money off of it, then things get a little sketchy. Make the sides a little more white. And bam. Not directly profiting off their IP. I don't know. You can make an argument if your VTubing is Walter White and taking super chats. Or whatever they have on whatever you call this other platform that we're talking on. Twitch. That's what it's called. You know what? This thing right here looks like it needs like a big old gemstone. Yeah, this will make it look more cool and fantasy-ish. Just slap a crystal on there. That always works. You're gonna have to... more or less Disney and Nintendo you need to worry about. Yeah, they are the litigious ones. Bam, 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 bam. All right. Okay, this little white spot here on the line art layer, gotta get rid of that. That's not quite in perspective, but oh well. I'm tired. Taking content with it is good for them, actually, as it gives more exposure to the IP. I generally would make the same argument, but I don't trust legal systems to do so. Or corporations, really? Alright, let's put some shine on this. Make the arches, this shade, and then we'll make the doors. Doors would be made of wood. There we go. Close enough. Legal system normally works, whoever has the most money wins. Because a lot of time people after you want to financially hurt and the expenses will make that happen. Yeah, legal expenses are a big problem with that system. Something like a lot of those bigger litigious things we'll do is just go after somebody. I'm quite familiar with the concept of lawfare. Better Call Saul. Honestly, your Breaking Bad jokes aren't gonna land with me because I've never seen the show. I barely know that Better Call Saul is like a spin-off or something. What do I normally watch? VTubers mostly. I don't watch a lot of shows. I think this might be as far as I can take it tonight. I think we're gonna have to call it quits, so I'm gonna check out. See if we have anybody that we can raid on one of these places. Let's see. Geronimo, can you give our viewers a lengthy farewell as I've tried to figure out how we're going to end the stream?
Of course. It's been a pleasure being here with all of you today. I hope you enjoyed the stream and found it both informative and entertaining. Remember to keep practicing your drawing skills and never give up on your creative passions. And as always, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and join us for our next stream. Farewell for now. And until next time.
What? Until next time, what? Oh well. See, I see Shiroi is playing XCOM. That doesn't look like XCOM that I'm seeing on the screen there. Oh no, wait. That's an old XCOM. Oh, I see, I see. What about these other places? Does Rumble have raids yet? There is. I'm not sure how to do it. Okay, I guess we'll start this raid to send you over to Shiroi, because he's about the only one that I know who's actually streaming. So thanks for coming, everybody. Bye.